The Catalans, the Basques, the Galicians in the Basque.
An independent future for Scotland.
How quickly do you think a referendum can be arranged?
Best practice demands that it should be 6 months.
Just looking at the overall share numbers for Scotland at the moment, the SNP 46.4%.
Good afternoon, colleagues. We begin as usual on a Tuesday with Time for Reflection. And our Time for Reflection leader this afternoon is Father Michael Kane from St Augustine's Church in Coatbridge. Father Michael.
Presiding Officer, Members of Parliament, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I'm very conscious that I do so on Shrove Tuesday, the day before we begin our annual Lenten journey towards Easter. In the tradition of this day, I do hope that you'll be able to enjoy some pancakes later on. For Christians, of course, tomorrow begins a time of profound spiritual importance. Sadly, this Ash Wednesday, we are unable to gather in our churches to mark the beginning of this journey. So at least for the moment, our home churches. And from there, we will wear our ashes as an outward sign of the inward conversion that we hope to begin. For the next 40 days or so, the lives of Christians around the world and here in Scotland will be marked by prayer and fasting and almsgiving. And we do these things because we recognise that we are imperfect and have so much growing still to do. Lent urges us to uproot ourselves and move nearer to God and each other, to heed with urgency the Lord's command to love. Lent calls us to embrace new priorities, offer small sacrifices, and rededicate our lives in the service of others. My own prayer is that we can all try to unify under that very noble ambition, for each of us to grow in love and day by day become a better version of ourselves in the sight of Almighty God. Here in our own community, like in so many other places, the call to loving service has already taken root in many, many hearts and brought welcome light and grace to this very challenging time. At my own parish, St Augustine's in Coatbridge, we established a new project called Stay Connected way back in March last year to reach out in practical ways those who are lonely, isolated, or struggling through this pandemic. And it became very quickly a lifeline for the elderly who appreciated a friendly voice at the other end of a phone, and for families who were struggling with essential food supplies. Since then, our parish food bank, the People's Pantry, and the Stay Connected project have delivered over 1 million free items of food and essentials, a concrete example of love in action. So perhaps Lent could be a time that challenges all of us to do more, to give more, to be more for others, and to help build a culture of hope and friendship and solidarity in our communities. May Lent give us eyes to see the poor and the hungry, the lonely and struggling in our midst, and offer them our love and our support. Thank you for listening.
Father Michael, thank you very much indeed. Point of order, Alistair Hamilton.
Presiding officer, I hope very much to say something similar to the Equalities Committee on Thursday, but I wanted to take the opportunity, the first opportunity in parliamentary time, to try and make things right. On Thursday, in an exchange on children's rights with the Minister, Marie Todd, I was captured on camera mouthing language that was neither parliamentary nor respectful. I apologise unreservedly to the Minister. Each of us in this chamber should strive to reflect the better natures of the people we are sent here to serve. And I am very sorry, and I will reflect on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Colin Hamilton, as noted, I would just point out that it's not a point of order for me, but for the committee, but your comments are noted. We're going to move on to the next item of business, which is consideration of business motion 24151 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, setting out a revision to today's business. Could I call on the Minister to move this motion?
Officer.
Thank you very much. No members indicated they wish to speak on the motion. The question, therefore, is that motion 24151 be agreed. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. Thank you. So we're going to turn now to topical questions. Our first question today is from Fulton MacGregor, who joins us remotely.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what its response is to the report of the Independent Review of Sexual Abuse in Scottish Football.
Minister Marie Goujon.
This report provides appalling and harrowing testimonies of historical sexual abuse, and it will be shocking for anyone who reads them, including those who follow Scottish football. And I absolutely commend the courage and the bravery of all the individuals who came forward to tell their stories. The independent review found that most of the people who suffered sexual abuse didn't tell anyone else at the time, and on the rare occasions where it was reported to organisations or clubs, little or no action was taken. Now that's tremendously distressing, and it's had a profound and long-lasting impact for those who were abused. The review accepts that knowledge and practices were markedly different in the past than they are now, and it recognises the recent efforts of the Scottish FA and its members to put in place a child protection and wellbeing strategy. It makes clear that continued cultural change is imperative, and that includes continuing to work closely with those affected to improve processes, challenging distorted thinking about sexual conduct or violence, and creating positive attitudes to mental health. We fully support those aims. We also support the work of the police and prosecutors in investigating allegations to bring those perpetrators to justice. Now, a number of individuals responsible have now been convicted and sentenced, and there are also live criminal and civil proceedings still ongoing. And we would encourage anyone who has experienced sexual abuse to come forward, if they feel comfortable in doing that, to access the help available to them. The safety and well-being of all children and young people is absolutely paramount, as is ensuring the victims of abuse are supported both through the justice system and beyond that. And we will carefully, but with urgency, consider this report and continue to engage with the Scottish FA and other key partners to ensure that those findings are acted on. Thank you. Fulton MacGregor.
Yeah, I thank the Minister for that very detailed response. The report, as she alludes to, is very detailed and contains 97 recommendations, all of which are of a substantial nature. These recommendations include a proposed raft of measures to improve and enhance safeguarding, wellbeing and protection policies and procedures at all levels of the game. There are also quite specific recommendations, such as one to consider the setting up of a fund to support and assist those who have been affected. How important does the Minister think that it is that these recommendations are implemented by the football authorities, and will the Scottish Government offer support to implement these where it is appropriate to do so?
Minister.
I think what the member says is absolutely right, and I believe it's vitally important that these recommendations are implemented by the football authorities, and I would say that I'm encouraged by the Scottish FA's initial response to the report, and I'm sure that the individuals who've been affected by this and their families too would absolutely agree with that, and they'll be watching closely to make sure that robust and meaningful action is taken. Now, given it is a lengthy report and there are a lot of complex and sensitive issues within that, as I said in my previous response, we will be considering that very carefully, but I also want to highlight the urgency of the nature in which we'll be undertaking that work. And I'll also, because recognising the nature of the issues raised here, it cuts across a number of other areas in government too. So I'll be discussing that with my ministerial colleagues, as well as discussing that with other partners to see what more can be done to ensure that all possible steps are taken.
Fulton MacGregor.
Thanks, Minister. Some of the testimonies recorded in the report, as you said, are harrowing, to say the least, and they include those of Mr Malcolm Rogers from my own constituency. These were children who were forced to experience the most horrific abuse while playing the game they loved. Most of us will never be able to imagine the permanent scarring that this will have caused these brave survivors. Recommendation 1 of the report is that clubs and organisations involved offer an unequivocal and unreserved apology to those affected. How important do you think it is, Minister, that these apologies are made sincerely to individuals and directly to them where it is possible, in order to help them find at least some closure on the trauma that they were subjected to?
Minister.
Fulton MacGregor is absolutely right. The testimonies that are within the report are absolutely harrowing, and the review is clear that all organisations and clubs who failed young people in the past should apologise, and I think that's the very least that the individuals who are impacted by this and their families can expect. I welcome the comments that were made by the Chief Executive, Ian Maxwell, of the Scottish FA. He said last week that he reiterates his sincerest apology on behalf of Scottish football to all who've experienced abuse in our national game. And I know that some clubs, in response to the report, have now apologised or expressed their regret about what happened. The abuse that these young people were subject to was absolutely abhorrent, and I can only imagine the impact that that's had on them as well as on their families too. It's just unimaginable, and I believe that any clubs where young people suffered that abuse should apologise, and apologise unreservedly.
Thank you. Brian Whittle, to be followed by James Dornan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Does the Minister agree that the Scottish Government investigation into historical sex abuse in care home settings and the compensation scheme that has emerged, although extremely welcome, is however discriminatory against those who have suffered similar horrendous abuse in other settings like sport and education, and may contravene human rights of those in that situation, and therefore the investigation and compensation scheme should be expanded to include all of those who have suffered such abuse in other settings?
Minister Murray.
The member raises a number of issues there, and I'd be happy to get back to him in response and with more detail. I mean, in terms of the report that we're discussing today, as I've already set out, there are a lot of recommendations and complex issues within that which we're giving very careful consideration to, which does cut across other areas in the Scottish Government as well, and we will be working urgently on that to bring forward a response and to take action.
Thank you. And James Dornan.
Presiding Officer, if memory serves me right, I first called for the review back in 2016, so I'm delighted this long-awaited report has now been published. I'd also like to pay tribute to everyone who's campaigned on this matter, and whilst I warmly welcome the SFA's report, we now need to see it drive positive change throughout football. But can I ask the Minister, what steps can be taken either by the SFA or the Scottish Government to ensure that the clubs take full responsibility for the abuses that happened under their watch, and not be allowed to escape this responsibility by claiming either that the boys' club connected to them is not connected to them, or by saying that the club in which the abuse was committed went into liquidation and it's no longer the responsibility of the existing club? War and words are fine, but we really need responsibility from the clubs.
Minister.
I thank James Dornan for his question there, because I just want to reiterate that ensuring that every child can play football or any other sport for that matter in a safe and secure environment is of paramount importance to the Scottish Government. And while recognising that football is a very different environment now and strong progress has been made in recent years, the review demonstrates the terrible historical human cost of when that is of getting it wrong. And I believe that the Scottish FA is genuinely determined to do everything it can to address the issues in the report. And as I said in a previous response to Fulton MacGregor, I am encouraged by its initial response. And likewise, some clubs have made statements which apologise for historical abuse. And again, as I've already stated in previous answers, we'll be working with the Scottish FA and other key organisations and partners to ensure that all necessary steps are taken here. Now, given the complexity and sensitivity of the issues and the need to carefully consider the long and detailed report produced by Martin Henry and his team, I'm not currently able to put a timescale on that work or to pin that down right now. But again, as I've said, we recognise that given the time that's elapsed since the interim report was published, there needs to be urgency applied to that, and we are working on this urgently.
Thank you very much. Question 2, Colin Smyth.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what arrangements are in place to ensure that passengers entering Scotland from non-red list countries via airports in England are quarantined in approved hotels.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary Michael Matheson.
The Scottish Government's policy on international travel is based on expert advice from SAGE on the need for a comprehensive approach. Where we recognise that a Four Nations approach would be preferable, the partial approach adopted by the UK Government risks allowing new variants to enter the country. Currently, anyone who lands at an airport elsewhere in the UK from a non-red list country and then travels to Scotland would not go into a quarantine hotel. We'll continue to press the UK Government to adopt a more comprehensive approach and require all international travellers to go into a quarantine hotel. The measures that we have introduced are designed to safeguard communities in Scotland, and I would again urge UK ministers to work with us in that important task.
Colin Smyth.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Cabinet Secretary didn't really address the specific question, which is the predictable loophole of passengers arriving in Scotland via English airports being asked to quarantine by the Scottish Government in managed hotels in England. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, when exactly did he or other Scottish Government ministers make a formal request to the UK Government for that loophole to be closed? And in the absence of an agreement, the Scottish Government have said that they don't rule out closing the Scotland-England border. Now, given that there are 22 roads and 2 railways that cross the border, and every day thousands of people travel mainly from South Scotland to the north of England and back for work, for healthcare, for education, can the Cabinet Secretary enlighten us on the Government's thinking of how our already overstretched police could enforce the closure of the border to try to stop someone who, say, landed, for example, at Manchester Airport without stopping everyone carrying out legitimate essential travel?
Cabinet Secretary.
Also, in relation to the first point that Mr Smyth made, both myself, Jeane Freeman, the Health Secretary, and the First Minister all engaged with UK ministers last week on this particular issue and highlighted the need to make sure that robust action was taken in order to ensure a comprehensive system of hotel quarantines was introduced across the whole of the UK. And that in failing to do so, the UK Government, following the red list approach, which they are implementing, risks leaving loopholes for people to circumvent the comprehensive system that we've introduced here in Scotland. To date, I'm still waiting for a formal response from the UK Government on that request, but we will continue to press them on this matter in order to try and address the issue of the loophole that they've created by the approach they are taking. In relation to the member's second point, you recognise that the important thing here is to make sure that the approach that we take in dealing with the risk of new variants being introduced into the country is about making sure that we listen to the expert clinical advice on what the most effective way in which to do that is. And no one should be in any doubt that the most effective way is a comprehensive quarantine system. And that's why we are looking at other options to try and address this particular issue if the UK government don't move in the direction of that clinical advice. And I can assure the member we're looking at all options to make sure that we minimise the potential risk of the introduction of new variants of COVID-19 into Scotland that could compromise our vaccination programme.
Colin Smyth.
Thank you, President Officer. When the Cabinet Secretary announced the quarantine policy last week, he also said there would be a managed isolation welfare fund for travellers who may struggle to meet the charges associated with quarantine, for example, those where travel is absolutely essential for compassionate grounds. Can the Cabinet Secretary tell us why that fund has not been set up, and what should families do who are facing hardship but need to travel right now for those compassionate grounds?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, the welfare fund is in the actual portal when someone goes to book their managed quarantine facility, where if they are unable to meet the costs associated with it, they can indicate that prior to having to pay in advance, and their individual case is then assessed. So the arrangements have been put in place into the portal, which has been created by the UK government. But what I can assure the member is that if he's got any individual cases relating to his constituents that he has a matter of concern about, he should feel free to send those details on to me, and I'll ensure that the individual cases are fully considered.
Thank you. I've got 6 members who wish to ask supplementaries. It's just impossible to get through them all, I'm afraid. Bob Doris to be followed by John Scott. Bob Doris.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm glad to hear the Cabinet Secretary talking about individual cases. My elderly constituent has been in the Canary Islands since December. Through no fault of their own, flights have been repeatedly cancelled, and they may overstay the 90-day residency requirements for that part of Europe. When they do eventually return to Scotland, they will need to enter managed self-isolation in a hotel. This will be financially challenging. Can the Cabinet Secretary provide some details of either hardship support or deferred payment schemes, and will this exclusively be for those on certain benefits, or will flexibility be able to be shown?
Cabinet Secretary.
Officer, so at the point when someone goes into the online portal, at the time when you're looking to book their managed quarantine facility, there is an option for them to highlight that they may not be able to meet the upfront costs and to indicate why that may be the case. It is linked into benefits at the present moment. However, I'm more than happy again to listen to any individual cases that Bob Doris may have from his constituents. I can also say that I do very much regret that we're in a position where we're having to introduce a scheme of this nature. And what I can assure members across the chamber is that the measures that we're introducing to make sure that our borders are as robust as possible, deal with the threat of new variants, will only be in place for as long as is required. And we will look to lift them at the earliest opportunity. But ultimately, at this present time, I'd like to re-emphasise that no one should be undertaking international travel unless it is absolutely essential. And I therefore want to encourage anyone considering travelling at the present moment to try and avoid doing so if it is not essential.
Thank you. John Scott to be followed by Alison Johnson.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I spoke this morning to a constituent who, along with her 5-year-old daughter, currently in Finland, where her partner is receiving hyperbaric oxygen treatment following a severe brain injury. With school now about to restart for their 5-year-old, the family want to return to Scotland, but now face a 10-day period of hotel quarantine. In the circumstances, including coping with the side effects of a brain injury, such as having seizures and caring for a 5-year-old, my constituent believes this to be practically impossible. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary what dispensation from quarantine regulations can be made for this family in their uniquely challenging situation?
Thank you very much, Mr Scott. I think there was probably almost certainly too much hull round in that feed there for the Cabinet Secretary to hear. But Mr Matheson, did you hear any of that question?
Yeah, I think I heard most of it, Presiding Officer. What I would say is to Mr Scott is if he writes me with the details, because there are provisions within the exemptions for individuals who, for medical reasons, would be unable to continue to stay within a managed quarantine facility. But if he sends those details on to me, I'll ensure that officials look into the issue for him.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. And Alison Johnson.
Thank you. On the issue of vulnerable people who may be unable to afford the quarantine fee, I was contacted yesterday by the British Red Cross, who are concerned at the lack of guidance for people travelling to Scotland to reunite with loved ones on refugee family reunion visas, including unaccompanied refugee children. I note the Cabinet Secretary's comments about the portal, but the Red Cross would like to know when full and clearer guidance on the Managed Isolation Welfare Fund will be published. Thank you.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I believe that the information which the British Red Cross were looking for has actually been provided to them earlier on today, and that provides them with information they require for anyone who does hold refugee status and the exemptions that we have within the existing regime for dealing with issues of that nature.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Now, apologies to the three members I wasn't able to call there. I'm just conscious we've got a COVID statement from the First Minister coming up, and it might be that you can rephrase your question in a way that can be put to the First Minister on COVID. And on that note, we're going to turn to the next item of business, which is a statement from the First Minister on COVID-19. The First Minister will take questions at the end of her statement. I would encourage all members who wish to ask a question to press their request to speak buttons, and I call on Nicola Sturgeon, the First Minister.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. I will update Parliament on Cabinet's review of the current lockdown restrictions which took place earlier this morning. Let me confirm, though, at the outset that with one limited exception, I will not be announcing any immediate changes to the current lockdown restrictions. The core stay-at-home requirement will remain in place until at least the beginning of March, and possibly for a further period beyond that, although not for any longer than is absolutely necessary. I will, however, confirm that the phased and gradual return to school that I said we were hopeful about when I updated Parliament 2 weeks ago will go ahead as planned from Monday. I'll say more about that and also about the importance of carefully implementing and monitoring that change later. In addition, I'll give an assessment of the current state of the pandemic, and I will signal when and how we do hope to give an indication of the criteria for beginning our exit from lockdown and the order in which we will be aiming to do so when the time is right. Firstly, though, I'll briefly recap on today's statistics. The total number of positive cases yesterday was 773, which is 6% of all tests carried out, and means that the overall number of cases is now 193,148. 1,383 people are in hospital, which is 45 fewer than yesterday, and 100 people are in intensive care, which is 2 fewer than yesterday. I regret to report that in the past 24 hours, though, a further 49 deaths were registered of patients who first tested positive over the previous 28 days, and the total number of deaths under this daily measurement is now 6,764. And once again, my condolences go to everyone who has lost a loved one. Let me now turn to an update on the vaccination programme. As of 8:30 this morning, 1,288,004 people in Scotland had received their first dose of the vaccine. That's an increase of 32,814 since yesterday. And it means that we have now given a first dose of vaccine to 28% of the adult population in Scotland. We've also met our mid-February target to offer the first dose of vaccine to everyone over 70 and to everyone with an extreme clinical vulnerability. Let me say there will be some overlap between these groups, but in total that is groups 1 to 4 of the JCVI priority list. That is extremely good news. However, expressing it in the way I have just done actually understates the scale of the achievement. Vaccination hasn't simply been offered to everyone in these categories. Almost everyone in these groups has had the first dose of the vaccine. Uptake rates have been exceptional. So we've administered first doses to virtually all residents in older people's care homes and more than 90% of residents in all care homes. Virtually all of the over 80-year-olds living in the community have received the first dose, and so too have 94% of those in the 70 to 79-year-old age group. In addition, although this wasn't part of the mid-February target, we've also now vaccinated 58% of 65 to 69-year-olds, which is the JCVI priority group 5. Now, it's important to be clear that in any large-scale programme, there are bound to be some hiccups. So if you are watching and you are over 70, or if you have an extreme clinical vulnerability and you haven't yet heard about your vaccine, it may be that your letter has gone astray or that some other administrative problem has occurred. So please do get in touch with your GP or call the helpline, or as a last resort, email me, and the address for that is firstminister@gov.scot. Overall, though, the progress of the vaccination programme so far is outstanding, and I want to thank everyone planning and delivering the programme and also everyone who has come forward to be vaccinated. However, I would urge people to remember that even if you have now had the first dose of vaccine, you must still follow all of the lockdown rules. The protection from the first dose doesn't kick in for about 2 or 3 weeks, and even then, we don't yet know exactly what impact vaccination will have on the transmission of the virus. However, in the weeks ahead, we are very hopeful that vaccination will start to have a significant impact in reducing the number of people who die from COVID. In fact, we do think it is already having an effect in care homes where vaccines started being administered in the first half of December. At the end of December, more than a third of all COVID deaths, 34% to be precise, took place in care homes. However, in the most recent figures, that proportion had fallen to 18%. Now, as I have said before, we are in a race between the virus and the vaccine, and I think we do have much more reason to be hopeful now than we did just a few weeks ago that this is a race we can and we will ultimately win if we are prepared to stick with it. In the last few weeks, as the figures I've just reported show, we have been speeding up the vaccination programme, but at the same time, we have also been slowing down the virus. Lockdown has been working. In the first week of January, an average of more than 2,300 new cases every day were being recorded in Scotland. The most recent figure is 810. So that is a significant, and it has been a sustained fall. As a result of that, again, we can see this in the figures that we have been reporting in recent days, we're now seeing fewer COVID patients in hospital and fewer requiring intensive care treatment, although it's important to be very clear that our health service remains under very severe pressure. Test positivity has also declined significantly from around 11% at the start of January to around 6% now. So all of this, together with the progress on vaccination, is extremely good news. But of course, and as always, it has to be seen in context. Case numbers have been falling because we have been in lockdown. And even after 6 weeks of that lockdown, they have only just returned to the levels that were being recorded back in early December. In addition, we think we are now seeing some signs that cases are falling more slowly now than was the case a few weeks ago. And a key factor here is likely to be that the new, more infectious variant of the virus is accounting for an increasing proportion of all new cases. As of now, the new variant is responsible for more than 80% of all new cases being identified. And of course, we already know from our experience last autumn and again in December just how easily this virus can run away from us when there is already a high baseline of transmission within the community. All of that means that the situation we're in just now, while better and significantly improved, is still very fragile. I know that is frustrating, and I know it can seem counterintuitive. Over the last few weeks, the sacrifices everyone has continued to make have helped to bring about that good progress. All of the news has been very encouraging. However, our room for manoeuvre still remains limited. Even a slight easing of restrictions now could cause cases to start rising quite rapidly again. And even if the older and more vulnerable people in the population have additional protection from the vaccine, we know that more virus circulating in the community would still put huge pressure on the National Health Service. It would also cause many more people to fall ill, and that includes younger people who we know can be vulnerable to what is called long COVID. And in addition, and this actually is perhaps the key point, we know that when community transmission is high and rising, the risk of the virus mutating and new variants emerging is at its most acute. So all of these reasons mean that, notwithstanding the good progress we have made, for a period yet, we continue to require to be extremely cautious. We need to continue to work hard to drive infection rates down as low as we can, and then keep them low. Of course, all of that said, we know that we cannot continue in lockdown indefinitely, so we do need to balance all of the different factors and plan a gradual phased return to as much normality as possible, as quickly as possible. And that is what the government is now very much focused on doing. But as we do so, there are 2 points that it is important for me to stress. Firstly, we must be driven much more by data than by dates. I know this is difficult given how desperate all of us are to get back to something closer to normality, but if we open up too quickly to meet arbitrary dates, we do risk setting our progress back. Indeed, because of the new, more infectious variant, our exit from lockdown is likely to be even more cautious than it was last summer. And secondly, probably for a while yet, 100% normality is unlikely to be possible. So in a world where we can't do everything immediately, we will need to decide what matters most to us. And that's why you will hear me and other ministers talk increasingly about trade-offs. And I'll offer 2 immediate examples to help illustrate that. As I'll come on to discuss shortly, we are very deliberately choosing to use the very limited headroom we have right now to get at least some children back to school, because children's education and well-being is such an overriding priority. But being able to get children back to education may mean the rest of us living with some other restrictions for longer. And that's a trade-off we need to be willing to make at this stage. And also, if we want to return as much normality as we can to life within Scotland, the need to live for a longer period with significant restrictions on our ability to travel overseas is likely to be inescapable. So what matters most is a question we will have to ask ourselves often in the weeks ahead. And it will be important for me and for the government to be very upfront about the choices we face. Now, I'm talking today in general terms, but I can confirm that the Scottish Government is currently preparing a revised strategic framework which will set out in much more detail when and how we might gradually emerge from this lockdown. We hope to publish this new framework next week, probably at this time next week, following discussions with the other parties in Parliament and also with business organisations, trade unions, third sector bodies and others. It will aim to set out how we will use and balance all the tools at our disposal, restrictions and advice, vaccination, test and protect and travel restrictions to restore on a phased basis greater normality to our everyday lives. It will set out as far as possible the conditions that we think need to be met in terms of the data for us to start lifting restrictions, and it will detail the broad order of priority for reopening, including what a return to a geographic levels approach might look like in due course. Again, though, I would emphasise that if we want to keep moving in the right direction and avoid setbacks, caution will be necessary, which is why the framework will also try to be clear about what we don't think will be possible for a while longer. So to give just one example of that, we are very likely to advise against booking Easter holidays, either overseas or within Scotland, as it is highly unlikely that we will have been able to fully open hotels or self-catering accommodation by then. However, for the summer, while it is still highly unlikely that overseas holidays will be possible or advisable, staycations might be, but this will depend on the data nearer the time. However, given the risk posed by new variants of this virus, it is really hard for me to overstate the necessity of being careful, cautious and gradual as we exit this lockdown if we want to avoid another lockdown later this year. And that means, for now, all of us continuing to abide by the stay-at-home requirement. Indeed, doing that for a further period is essential to permit the headroom necessary for the change I am about to confirm. In terms of the order in which we do exit lockdown, the Government has always made clear that education should be the top priority. I announced 2 weeks ago our preliminary decision that preschool children, pupils in primaries 1, 2 and 3, and a limited number of senior phase students who need access to school for essential practical work would return from Monday, 22nd of February. I also said that from the same date, we hope to enable a limited increase in the provision for vulnerable children, specifically those with the most significant additional support needs, where schools believe that this is essential. So I'm pleased to confirm today that, in keeping with the advice of our expert group, this first phase of the reopening of schools will go ahead as planned on Monday. Now, we will need to monitor the impact of this change very carefully before taking any further decisions. However, I hope we will be able to set out the second phase of school reopening in 2 weeks' time. I want to be clear, though, to give particularly parents as much clarity as possible at this stage, that the need to properly assess the impact of this limited reopening means that we think it unlikely at this stage that there will be any further return to school before the 15th of March. Now, as we consider these issues, we are, of course, doing everything we can to ensure that schools are as safe as possible for children and for the education workforce. As senior phase pupils, teachers and school staff start to return, we will be making at-home lateral flow tests available to them twice a week as part of a wider package of in-school mitigations. Comprehensive testing guidance has now been issued to schools and local authorities, and as of yesterday, more than 2,200 schools had received deliveries of test kits. We're also working with Young Scot to provide online information and support for senior phase pupils who want to take part in the testing programme. In addition, senior secondary pupils will be required to observe 2 metres physical distancing while in school and on school transport in the period immediately after the return. And we are also publishing today updated school safety guidance developed with the Education Recovery Group. This sets out a range of additional safety mitigations, and to help implement them, we will be providing local authorities and schools with an additional £40 million as part of a wider £100 million package to accelerate school recovery, and the Finance Secretary will confirm details of that investment later this afternoon. Now, the final point I want to make about schools before setting out a more general message about the phased reopening is that the National Qualifications 2021 group will soon publish further details on how qualifications will be awarded this year in a way that fairly reflects pupils' experience of remote learning. We've also decided that all teachers and lecturers involved in awarding national qualifications this year will receive a one-off payment of £400. This will be paid to part-time teachers on a pro-rata basis, and 2 days will be set aside for teachers to work on assessments this year. Further details concerning the payment and these assessment support days will be provided shortly. Now, the steps that I have set out just now are clearly of great importance. But there is a more general and overriding message that I need to set out and emphasise today. The success of this limited reopening and the prospect of getting, we hope, more pupils back into school later in March very much depends on all of us continuing to abide by the wider restrictions. The evidence suggests that the key risk in reopening schools isn't transmission of the virus within schools. Instead, the risk comes from the increased contact that the reopening sparks amongst the wider adult population. The risk is that schools going back might lead to parents socialising more at the school gates, for example, or returning to the workplace rather than working from home. And so, although I do know how difficult this is, I am asking parents and employers to make sure that this doesn't happen. If you are an employer, please understand that employees who were working from home while their children were being homeschooled should still be working from home next week, even if their children are back at school. It is, of course, a legal obligation for all employers to support employees to work from home as far as is possible. In addition, if you are a parent whose children will soon be going back to primary school, I can only imagine what a relief that will be, but please don't use it as an opportunity to meet up with other parents or friends. The hard but really inescapable fact is this: if the return to school leads to more contacts between adults over the next few weeks, transmission of the virus will quickly rise again. That will then jeopardise our ability to sustain even this limited return, and it will make it much less likely that we can get more pupils back soon. It would also set back our progress more generally. So for now, and I really cannot emphasise this point strongly enough, please treat Monday's important milestone as a return to education for children only, and not as a return to greater normality for the rest of us. If we all do that, then I am hopeful that this return to school will be consistent with a continued progress in suppressing the virus. And if that does prove to be the case, I am optimistic that we will then soon be able to set out the next phase in the journey back to school for more young people. And while I can't set out an indicative date for that today, I do hope to be in a position to do so in 2 weeks' time. Now, as I said earlier, between now and the next review date in 2 weeks, we will publish the new strategic framework, plotting a gradual route back to greater normality, we hope, for all of us. It will continue to prioritise education, followed by greater family contact and the phased reopening of the economy, probably with non-essential retail starting to open first. And it will be clear on the trade-offs, not least continued travel restrictions, that will be necessary to make more normality within our own borders possible. But for now, the most important priority, if any of this is to be attainable in the weeks ahead, is to continue to firmly suppress the virus, and that means sticking to the current lockdown rules. I know that by acknowledging how hard these rules are, I don't make them any easier for anybody. I desperately wish that I could be firmer now about exactly when and how we will exit lockdown in the weeks ahead, but I am acutely aware that moving too quickly or getting this balance wrong will cause cases to rise again. And that would mean more people ill and in hospital, more pressure on the NHS, and the prospect of more, not fewer, restrictions as we have to start all over again in getting the virus back under control. The fact is that a cautious approach, however frustrating it is for all of us, will be more successful and it will be more sustainable. So please continue to stick to the letter and the spirit of the rules. Stay at home except for essential purposes. Do not meet people from other households indoors. Follow the facts advice when you are out. Work from home whenever you can. If you're an employer, support your employees to work from home. Because by doing all of this, especially as children start to go back to school, we will continue to protect each other, our communities and the NHS. And it will allow us, we hope, to keep the virus under control while we vaccinate more and more people and make our way slowly but surely and steadily to better and brighter days ahead. So please, I would urge everyone to continue to stick with it and stick together. Stay at home, protect the NHS and save lives.
Thank you very much, First Minister. The First Minister will now take questions. Ruth Davidson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I thank the First Minister for advance notice of her statement. We've come to this chamber on a number of occasions calling for the vaccine rollout pace to pick up, and we are delighted that it has happened. Scotland and the UK are now leading the whole of Europe and much of the rest of the world in delivering the vaccine as quickly and efficiently as possible. Frontline health staff, volunteers, retired returners and our armed forces deserve the highest praise for all of their heroic efforts. And while the road ahead will be rocky with vaccine supplies everywhere facing hold-ups, the light at the end of the tunnel is getting brighter. Our schools are seeing a similar ray of light with confirmation today that they can start to reopen again safely in the near future. We have called for a schools catch-up plan to be published as soon as possible, built around a national tutoring service to stop the attainment gap growing, and we hope that the SNP will take that proposal on board. But to get us closer to normality, we need to get all key workers vaccinated as soon as possible. The details of Phase 2 have not yet been confirmed by the Scottish Government, but it would be helpful if we could begin to understand more of their thinking on this. Referring to the next phase, JCVI guidance states, vaccination of those at increased risk of exposure to SARS-CoV-2 due to their occupation could also be a priority in the next phase. This could include first responders, the military, those involved in the justice system, teachers, transport workers and public servants essential to the pandemic response. So can I ask if the First Minister has reached a decision yet on whether or not any of these or any other group of key workers are to be prioritised as part of the rollout of Phase 2 of the vaccination programme, and if not, when that decision will be made?
First Minister.
On vaccine, I want to record again, as I have done regularly in recent days, my thanks to everybody involved in the planning and delivery of the programme. At any time, it would be exceptional, but given the very severe weather that was encountered in Scotland last week, this progress has been beyond exceptional, and I will never be able to convey my appreciation to everybody involved in that sufficiently. And I think it's really important to point out that as well as now being in a position where we have such large numbers of people vaccinated, 28% of the adult population already, within the most vulnerable groups, it's our uptake rates that I think are most significant. And our uptake rates, I think, stand very favourable comparison to anything seen in any other part of the UK. So the protection that is being given to older people in care homes and to the oldest and most vulnerable in the community, I really hope will allow us to see a very significant reduction in the impact in the form of serious illness and death from this virus very soon. And as I said earlier on, I think we are already seeing that impact materialise in care homes. So we cannot underestimate at all just how important this is. The unknown question around, or at least one of the unknown questions, is how much impact vaccination will have on transmission. Does it stop us getting or passing on the virus? The Health Secretary and I had another discussion yesterday afternoon with AstraZeneca. Their early data on this is encouraging and positive, certainly against the variants circulating in the UK right now. But we need more data in order to be absolutely sure about that. Second point on schools, I said that we will be making additional funding available to schools for a school recovery, to accelerate a school recovery programme, and both the Finance Secretary in terms of the money and the Education Secretary in terms of the detail will set out more shortly. Let me just re-emphasise the point I made here. If this gradual phased return to school is to be successful as we want it to be and lead to a more substantial return, the rest of us have to shoulder our responsibility to make sure it is limited at this stage to children going back to school and doesn't trigger a wider return to greater normality, because that would set us all back considerably. On the point about the next phase of the vaccination programme, briefly, Ruth Davidson says the Scottish Government hasn't set this out yet. I don't think any government across the UK has set out the detail of this yet, because we are all considering not just sort of provisional advice from the JCVI, but waiting to see whether the JCVI has more considered advice on the order that we would prioritise vaccination of the rest of the population after we've done everybody over 50 and everybody with underlying health conditions. We will set that out as quickly as possible, but all governments do take care to take and to follow the expert advice so that we get this as right as possible. So we'll focus on completing the JCVI priority groups right now, and over the course of the next few weeks we'll then give an indication of the order of priority of the rest of the population after that.
Thank you. Jackie Bailey to be followed by Alison Johnson.
Can I thank the First Minister for an advance copy of his statement, and also wish to pass on my condolences to those who have lost loved ones to COVID. Firstly, can I thank all those involved in delivering vaccinations? They have done a tremendous job and deserve our gratitude. The First Minister will be aware, though, that NHS England and NHS Wales have both said they will complete the vaccinations of the JCVI target list, that's all those over 50, and the clinically vulnerable, by the end of April. But here in Scotland, we won't be completed until the end of May. Can she explain why there is a month difference, and whether she will commit to completing those vaccinations by the end of April too? Secondly, the First Minister will be aware of the concerns about, if John Swinney would care to stop muttering, Presiding Officer, I might be able to progress with my question. Secondly, the First Minister will be aware of the concerns about supply resulting in the partial closure of vaccine centres such as Ravenscraig, which is down to weekends only, Port Glasgow and Greenock, down from 7 days to 2 days a week, and reduced hours reported in Paisley and Renfrew. So can I ask the First Minister, when will the supply issues be resolved? Will the Government be able to ramp up vaccinations again so we can catch up on the backlog? And can she guarantee that everyone due their second dose of the vaccine will get it within the 12-week time frame?
First Minister.
On that last point, firstly, yes, and that is part of the reason why we have indicated a slight slowdown in the pace of vaccination over the next couple of weeks, but I'll come on to that in more detail. In terms of the vaccination of the remainder of the JCVI priority groups, we're all working to pretty much the same timetable. We've actually said early May. I think I've said that on repeated occasions. And we've been a little bit cautious around that because of the continued uncertainties around supply. But given the pace we have set, where for the last week or so, slightly longer than that, Scotland has been recording a daily vaccination rate which is not just the fastest in the UK, but has actually been the fastest in the whole of Europe. So I think that success gives me great confidence, although we monitor this literally on a daily basis, that if we have the supplies that we need to have, we will be able to vaccinate quickly and not just hopefully meet those targets, but actually be in a position where I would hope we could even exceed those targets. Now, coming on to supply, Jackie Bailey asked me if I'm aware of the concerns about supply. It's actually me and the Health Secretary who have alerted people over the last few days to the concerns about supply, so that we're being really transparent about the issues we are grappling with. Let me just set out briefly what they are. We're dealing with three factors that all come together. Firstly, and this is really good news, we have vaccinated more than 75,000 extra people compared to the deployment plan that we published a few weeks ago. That's because the uptake rates have been so high. So we've actually vaccinated at this stage more people than we thought we would have done. That's point one. Point two is that Pfizer have not reduced the overall number of doses that we will get, but rephased the delivery of those. So we know over the next couple of weeks, we are getting slightly less in supply than we thought originally we would be getting. And thirdly, which I've already alluded to, we are at that stage of the programme now where we have to start keeping back some doses to start vaccinating people with second doses. So that combination of factors mean that we think for a couple of weeks, instead of doing the 60,000 a day that we were doing over the course of last week, we'll be doing more in the region of 30,000. That means some vaccination centres, they've not closed, but they're going from 7 days a week to 5 days just to manage that reduction. And then as soon as the supplies start coming through, which is the bit we are just not in control of because we don't manufacture the vaccine, as soon as the supplies start to come through, that ramps up again and we'll be hitting the pace that we were hitting last week, which, just to remind everybody, was the fastest vaccination programme anywhere in the whole of Europe. So there are big challenges here, and what we are trying to do is be open about those challenges while making sure that we're vaccinating people as quickly as possible. But the people out across the country who've been delivering this deserve our grateful thanks because they've been doing an absolutely fabulous job, and it's to their credit that I can say for the third time in this answer, the fastest programme in the whole of Europe.
Alison Johnson to be followed by Willie Rennie.
Thank you. I'd like to extend my thanks to all involved in delivering the vaccination programme in Scotland. The rollout of regular testing for school staff and senior pupils, as proposed in a Green motion agreed by Parliament last year, is very welcome. But as we advance through the first phase of priority vaccinations, the Scottish Government needs to be making decisions about the next phase. Now, given the First Minister has said that getting all children back to school is her top priority, and notwithstanding, she told Ms Davidson that the JCVI will decide, but given that it's the First Minister's top priority, can she confirm whether teachers and all school staff will be prioritised? And can the First Minister outline what else is being done to ensure schools are as safe as possible? For example, will funds be made available to improve ventilation in classrooms, a measure that has been shown to reduce transmission? Thank you.
Thank you. First Minister.
Well, firstly, any teacher or member of the education workforce who is in one of the initial priority groups will be getting vaccinated right now. And the reason that's important is because of what we know about this vaccine. We don't yet know that it reduces transmission, but we do know that it reduces illness and death. It is vaccinating most quickly those that are most clinically at risk that has been the priority. And that will include teachers or anybody in any profession if they are either because of age or because of clinical vulnerability in one of those groups. After that, we do need to make sure we are taking account of all of the clinical and expert advice we get. Now, just Alison Johnson, I'm sure she didn't mean to sort of dismiss the role of the JCVI here, but just to give people an understanding here, I think in other parts of the UK, certainly in England, the government is statutorily bound to follow the JCVI. That's not the case here, but never in the lifetime of this Parliament has the government on advice around immunisation and vaccination gone against the advice of the JCVI. It is extremely weighty, and therefore it would be wrong for us not to pay attention to or to give due time for the JCVI to give any advice that they wanted to give. So as we are going through the rest of the current priority list, that consideration is underway and we will set that out as quickly as possible. And it may be, I can't say this for sure right now, but it may be that occupations have more of a priority regardless of clinical risk in this next phase, given that the first phase has focused so much on clinical vulnerability. In terms of wider mitigations in schools, testing, very important. It's the availability now of lateral flow devices that are allowing us to do this. The guidance that I talked about today, in addition to 2 metres distancing for senior phase pupils, sets out some of the other steps that will be in place. And as I said in my opening statement, and the Finance Secretary will talk more about this in her statement later this afternoon, we're making significant additional funding available to local councils and schools. So if that does require changes to ventilation, for example, in individual schools, we are making the money available to do exactly that. Let me be very clear here. We want children back to school, but we will not compromise the safety of children or those who work in our schools.
Willie Rennie, to be followed by Shona Robertson.
The statement is silent on care home visiting, even though when we discussed it in the Chamber last week, the First Minister indicated it could be allowed soon. Conditions are increasingly safe. Almost all residents were vaccinated weeks ago. The vaccine has been found to be even as effective in real life as in clinical trials. And the First Minister herself, in her statement today, highlights the reducing impact of the virus on care homes. The toll on separation of families and their loved ones is heavy and grows every single day. So when will families be allowed to get together? When will care home visiting start?
So, as I've said before, this is of the utmost importance. When Willie Rennie said, just as a statement there, conditions are increasingly safe, that is a lot more glib than I would ever be, certainly on the basis of the advice that I have access to. I don't think we can afford to make assumptions about the safety of the most vulnerable people and in the most vulnerable of settings. We think that with vaccination and with other mitigations, they can be a lot safer, but we still need to be cautious. Now, what I outlined in my statement today, which I will go into more detail about when we publish the strategic framework next week, I said we will set out the order of priority for reopening, with education top of that priority. I can't remember the exact phrase I used, I talked about increased family contact as the next priority, and very much part of that is care home visiting. Now, as I said last week, the Health Secretary is working on revised guidance right now. I think she's got a meeting with providers of care homes this week, sometime tomorrow, she's telling me, in order to try to finalise that guidance. So we do hope, and I hope that if not before next Tuesday, then I will be able to say more about it next Tuesday, that we will have some greater normality back, but we must continue to be cautious here. The toll that this virus took on our care homes, which will be subject to scrutiny, rightly and properly, for some time to come, was significant. We think we have substantially reduced that toll in this second wave. Vaccination is helping us do that more so, but we cannot throw caution to the wind when we're dealing with some of the most vulnerable people to this virus in our society.
Thank you. Shona Robertson, to be followed by Jamie Green.
Thank you. We all want to see a safe return to nurseries and schools and understand the importance, not only for educational reasons, but for overall wellbeing. So I very much support the approach set out today. The First Minister will be aware of the various studies which have shown that the learning of those from more deprived communities has suffered disproportionately as a result of COVID-19. So in response, can she say a bit more about what actions the government is taking to ensure that these vulnerable groups receive the extra support that they not only need but deserve?
First Minister.
Well, this is one of the most important questions in the whole of the situation that we are grappling with right now. And as we did prior to the pandemic, we are targeting additional support for those from disadvantaged background to support pupils. And we've set this out in the Chamber before. We've supplied devices to support digital learning at home and provided support for homeschool link workers to maintain regular contact with children. We've also supported the delivery of summer learning and support programmes, including family support workers, provision of food and additional learning materials. We're also investing and have invested over the past number of years in the Scottish Attainment Challenge, and that also includes money that councils have been able to use to deal with the poverty-related impact of COVID. So these are important issues that will not go away as we start to hopefully come out of the COVID situation, but will require attention and investment for some time to come.
Jamie Green, to be followed by Annabel Ewing.
Thank you. The limited return of school pupils is welcome, but questions do remain. The current approach suggests that cohorts of pupils will return in 3-week blocks. Adding in Easter holidays, it could yet be some months before pupils are back in class, an entire term of classroom learning lost. Can I ask the First Minister if the new social distancing measures announced on school transport and on the school estate will be practically feasible to enforce and introduce? Because many on the ground think they are not. And can the First Minister guarantee that every school seeing a return of pupils on Monday will have that comprehensive testing regime in place by Monday?
First Minister.
Can I just firstly caution against the assumption, and I'm not saying it's an unreasonable assumption based on what I've said, but caution against that assumption that it will be cohorts in 3-week blocks that then takes a long period of time. I certainly am not standing here today ruling that out because I can't. But equally, if the data allows it, we will try to get children back to school much more quickly than that. So I know it's difficult to avoid sometimes, but we should maybe try to stop making those fixed assumptions. We will do everything we can to have the return to school happen as quickly as possible. While children are not physically in school, they are learning remotely, and we know that that has an impact not just on their education but on their wider well-being. But the provision of remote learning, I think, if not, I'm sure not every parent would agree with this, but certainly many of those who have contacted me say that it is significantly improved from school closures in the first lockdown, and we continue to work with councils and make provision for councils to continue to support that. Similarly, every reasonable step will be taken to make sure school buildings are as safe as possible for children as they return. And in that context, yes, I am assured that every school for the senior phase, where pupils are returning next week, have the testing provision in place. As I said in my statement, more than 2,000 schools have had test kits already delivered. There is guidance there about how they should be used and how the impact of that will be monitored. So that's an important step forward, and we continue to work with those across education to take whatever additional steps are necessary.
Thank you. Annabel Ewing, to be followed by Elaine Smith.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Given the increased transmissibility of the new variants of the virus, can the First Minister confirm that in reviewing the strategic framework, the metrics which are used to determine what level any particular part of the country may fall within may indeed require to be adjusted? And is the First Minister in a position at this point to indicate what any such adjusted metric may in fact look like? Thank you.
First Minister.
That's an important question. Before I come on to that question, actually, the Deputy First Minister was just telling me when I sat down from answering the last question that there were some schools that had their test supplies disrupted last week because of the weather, but steps are underway to make sure they get those supplies as quickly as possible. That doesn't change the information I gave earlier on. On that point, we will, in the strategic framework next week, and we're obviously thinking very carefully about this, suggest a number of metrics that will guide the different phases of lifting lockdown, which I would anticipate initially being on, apart from the islands that are in a different position already, would be on a national basis. We will then, hopefully at some point, move back to a more regional basis where areas will be in different levels depending on the prevalence of the virus, and we will start to set out what metrics would guide that as well. One of the most difficult metrics for us to try to determine at the moment, and it may be that it takes a bit longer than next week to do that, is to be crude about it, what percentage of the population needs to be vaccinated in order to start easing restrictions. And one of the reasons that is very difficult right now is because we don't yet know exactly what impact the vaccine has on the transmission of the virus. So that is an area of uncertainty. We're spending a lot of time with clinical advisors trying to understand that and trying to see just how definitive we can be around that metric, but it may take a bit longer than next week to get to a settled point on that. But we are, on the other metrics, people will remember the metrics and the indicators used in the last version of the strategic framework that guided the levels decisions. We are looking to amend those to take much more account of the WHO advice on these matters, and that's what we will set out, amongst other things, in the document we publish next week.
Elaine Smith, followed by Kenneth Gibson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The First Minister in her statement invited people to email her, and I don't want to put anyone off doing that. However, I wrote to her at the start of the year about the closure of places of worship and explained the importance of communal worship for spiritual, social and psychological benefits, but I've received no response as yet. So can I now ask her, with schools beginning to return and Lent starting tomorrow, can she give some reassurance to Scotland's Christians that she will prioritise churches in her strategic framework so that they can be amongst the first places to reopen, hopefully in time to celebrate Easter?
First Minister.
We will try to get places of worship back to normality. Places of worship are not closed, but of course the ability to worship normally and freely is restricted, and I deeply regret that, as I know everybody does. So we want to get that back to normality as quickly as possible. Without preempting what we will set out in the strategic framework next week, I think you will see that there is a priority given to getting places of worship open again, given the importance we attach to that. So we will continue to try to do that as quickly as possible. And what I would say to people, and I know many people feel very strongly about this, and I do understand that, but nobody in the government, and that includes me, wants to have anywhere operating less than normally for any longer than is necessary. Now, with some settings, that is easier to bear for people than others. Schools, we know how difficult it is. Care homes, we know how difficult places of worship as well. So as we get the virus suppressed, as we continue to make progress with vaccination, that is what I mean when I say we are going to have to make choices about what matters most to us. Sometimes these will be difficult choices, but the more we can build a consensus about the things that really do matter, and I would include places of worship in that, then the more I think we can come out of this lockdown in a sensible and sustainable way, and hopefully avoid the need for another one later in the year.
Kenneth Gibson, to be followed by Liz Smith. Hang on, Mr Gibson, I think your microphone is not on. Just, yeah, there we are.
Thank you. Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can the First Minister expand on how the phased reopening of schools that she outlined in her statement reflects the need to balance the harms associated with keeping children out of school and the latest clinical and scientific advice? And how will the Scottish Government continue to support childcare providers who have experienced financial pressure due to the pandemic and the restrictions placed upon them?
First Minister.
We have given financial support to childcare providers. We'll continue to look favourably at that as far as we can. We made some additional support available, I think, just last week or the week before, to childminders, recognising the particular difficulties that they are facing. In terms of the balance that we're trying to strike here, it's not an easy balance. These judgments are often quite fine, but we do recognise the harm that has been done to young people of all ages, from being outside school, away from their friends, away from the normal experiences of growing up. So we want to introduce normality there as much as possible. But we do know, and we think school environments with the right mitigations in place are safe. And that's the reason I emphasised at this point in my earlier remarks, the risks around school opening, and these risks are real in terms of the impact they can have on wider community transmission, don't come so much from transmission inside schools as from the contacts that go around school openings. So parents feeling that they're able to go back to the workplace or socialise more because their children are in school. That's what will make this unsustainable if we don't all make a concerted effort to make sure that doesn't happen. And that's why I'm going to keep repeating to parents and other adults out there, please, please do not take Monday's milestone in education as a return to normality, because if we do that, there is a real risk that we'll go backwards rather than continue to move forwards.
Liz Smith, be followed by Emma Harper.
Thank you, First Minister. I have a constituent in Oxford Ardor who is currently working as an aerospace engineer with Bristow's in Nigeria, due back home on leave in March. Under rules in England, he would not need to quarantine when he flies home because Nigeria is not on the red list and aerospace engineers are exempt. In Scotland, however, he would face quarantine with the heavy costs involved, and he wouldn't be exempt. So can I ask the First Minister how she will address this situation?
First Minister.
I'm happy to look at any individual case, but I am not going to stand... This is difficult for people, particularly people in the kind of situation that Liz Smith has outlined. But these rules are in place in Scotland for a reason, because the biggest risk we face, certainly one of the biggest risks we face in the next few months that would set us all back and put us back into lockdown, are new variants being imported into the country that circulate more quickly, that might be more severe, but also crucially, as we fear might be the case with the South African variant, beat the vaccine, or at least reduce the efficacy of our vaccine. So we must be really vigilant and really stringent in trying to avoid that. Now, I wish that there was a common UK-wide position on this. I hope there will be in future, but I have a responsibility with my colleagues to make sure we are doing everything within our power to avoid importation of new variants of the virus to Scotland, and that is what we will continue to do. We will continue to be as flexible as we can be, both with exemptions for good reasons and with the consideration of individual cases that are perhaps unique circumstances. But the more exemptions we allow to this, the more individual circumstances we cater for, the leakier a system like this becomes, and the more chance there is that a few months from now we'll be back in lockdown because of a new variant that is beating the vaccine, circulating faster, and we need to get it back under control. And that's what we've got to do everything we can to guard against.
Emma Harper, to be followed by Daniel Johnson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The First Minister has just responded about wider preparation for testing of senior students and teachers. Could the First Minister also outline any update for testing and vaccinating for police officers?
First Minister.
My answer is the same. I'm not. This answer is not varied depending on which occupational group I'm talking about. So police officers right now, if they have underlying health conditions, or if they are, which is perhaps less likely, in one of the older age cohorts, although ultimately that is everybody over 50, will be included in the initial JCVI priority list. After that, we have not yet come to final decisions about whether there will be an order of priority in the rest of the population, or whether we just vaccinate the rest of the population as they come. We are waiting to see whether there is any more detailed expert advice, but we will take these decisions as soon as possible.
Daniel Johnson, to be followed by Willie Coffey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Teachers have performed an outstanding job delivering learning via virtual means. But I know the First Minister will also agree with me that today's announcement is welcome because it should be the beginning of the end of these arrangements made necessary because of COVID. With this desire to get back to face-to-face learning, does she share my alarm and that of parents and students at James Gillespie's High School in my constituency that it's being proposed that blended learning be continued through next academic year for S6, not because of COVID or social distancing requirements, but because of a lack of physical space in their school buildings? It is being proposed that 40% of teaching will be provided online for S6 next year. Now, I don't expect the First Minister to be able to comment on the detail of this, but with the announcement today, can she confirm that blended learning should be limited to dealing with the pandemic and should not continue any longer than strictly necessary? And does she agree with me that virtual and blended learning cannot be allowed to become the new normal for any school students, let alone those in S6 at Gillespie's next year?
First Minister.
I think I would agree with a lot, if not all, of the sentiment in that question. I may not be able to go as far as the member would like on some of the detail, because I cannot see that far into the future in terms of the control of this virus. Unfortunately, I wish I could. I certainly don't want to see blended learning become the new normal. As far as I'm concerned, it is something that is necessary right now because of COVID, and we should not have it in place any longer than is necessary. But we need to have it in place for as long as it is necessary to help with the suppression of the virus. But I think I have been very clear that it is the priority of the government to get children back to in-person, face-to-face learning on a full-time basis, just as we did last August, quite successfully for an extended period of time, as soon as possible. Now, what the phasing of that looks like beyond the 22nd of February, I hope I can give more of an indication of when I'm standing here 2 weeks from now, but I can't be definitive about that right now. But I certainly don't want to see blended learning being necessary for any longer than this virus absolutely necessitates.
Willie Coffey, to be followed by Jamie Halker-Johnson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I wonder, could I ask the First Minister if she can clarify when general patients in hospital who are potentially there medium to long term will get their vaccine?
First Minister.
There was a story in some of the media about this yesterday, so this is down to clinical judgment. The general position, I don't have the vaccine green book in front of me, but I was reading the particular extract on this yesterday, so I'm talking from memory here to some extent, but the general position is that patients should be vaccinated before they're discharged from hospital. When exactly within their stay in hospital that happens will be down to clinical judgment. There will be some circumstances in which the clinical judgment is that while a patient is still in the acute phase of their illness, it would not make sense to vaccinate in case any side effects from the vaccination confuse the symptoms of their illness. So in those circumstances, the clinical judgment would be to wait until a person was better and closer to discharge. But the general position is that any patient in that circumstances should be vaccinated before they are discharged from hospital.
Thank you. Jamie Halker-Johnson to be followed by Christine Graham.
Thank you. I'm sure we're all aware of the impact of these restrictions on mental health, and people of all ages have been left isolated from friends and family and from their support groups. So can I ask the First Minister if any additional support has been provided during this lockdown after a recent study showed a rise in suicidal thoughts in young people?
First Minister.
We have provided additional support at various stages throughout the pandemic so far, but I know the Finance Secretary may have more to say in terms of further support for mental health later on this afternoon or in the course of the budget considerations over the next couple of weeks. We are all acutely aware of the impact on mental health, from the milder impact right through to very severe impact. And again, like so much of the implications of this pandemic, there will be a need to give due support to people for that for some time to come.
Christine Graham to be followed by Mark Griffin.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I welcome the return to school of P1 to P3 across Scotland and in Midlothian South, Tweedale and Lauderdale, my constituency. But their composite classes are not uncommon, and a composite class, of course, is a maximum of 25 pupils. Will the First Minister, in a P3, P4 composite class, given that class limit, confirm that only P3 pupils can return while their P4 classmates remain at home, or will there be flexibility?
First Minister.
Well, where P3, P4 composite classes are in place, P3 children should be taught in school from Monday, and remote learning should continue for P4 children, except in exceptional circumstances. And this is all going to be confirmed today in guidance relating to the phased reopening of schools. I know that making these arrangements for P3, P4 composite classes will be really challenging, but we do encourage schools and local authorities to use sensible flexibility in how they deploy staff and deliver learning. Ultimately, though, we've got to consider this question in the context of the pandemic, and allowing exceptions for some P4 children routinely would increase the number of children in school, and that then would potentially start to send mixed messages about which children are returning to school and compromise the safe and sustainable phased reopening that we're seeking to achieve.
Thank you, Mark Griffin, to be followed by Tom Arthur.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Ravenscraig Sports Centre has capacity to vaccinate 2,000 people a day, but Port state it's only open at weekends due to a lack of demand. It has unused capacity to vaccinate the entire North Lanarkshire education workforce in just 3 days ahead of schools reopening, vaccinate retail workers or staff on other priority groups. How will the Scottish Government make sure vital capacity is not lying unused?
First Minister.
Anybody just needs to look at the performance of our vaccination teams over the last couple of weeks to know that we're not leaving capacity lying unused if we have the vaccine to vaccinate people. So the reason we can't do what Mark Griffin has just set out is for reasons beyond our control, because this is in the control of the vaccination, the pharmaceutical companies manufacturing the vaccine, is we don't have enough vaccine supply to do that while getting through the priority GCVI groups and starting second doses. This is the key constraint that we will face for the next couple of weeks is not in capacity, not in our ability to do this quickly, but simply in the number of vaccine doses that we have at our disposal. As soon as it ramps up, the operation ramps up again. So I'm trying and have been trying in recent days to set this out very clearly for people so that we understand, everybody understands the challenges that we're confronting here. One of the reasons the Health Secretary and I were speaking to AstraZeneca yesterday was to get as much clarity from them about their forward supply expectations so that we then factor that in. But right now, and again, the performance speaks for itself, the key constraining factor that we face right now is in supply. Now, we hope that that will not be something that constrains us for more than a couple of weeks and that supplies then start to improve again. That's certainly our expectation, but we can only go as fast as the total amount of doses that we have available to us.
Thank you. Apologies, it's not Mr Arthur next. Maurice Corrie, to be followed by Polly McNeill.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Travel to and from Scotland for our Merchant Navy crews is vital for their continued essential work and employment contracts. Can the First Minister confirm that the Scottish Government will continue to comply with the arrangements currently in place as agreed between the United Kingdom Government, the British Chamber of Shipping and officers and crew unions? These arrangements cover quarantining procedures when they return on leave to the United Kingdom, often from extended tours of duty, particularly during the current COVID pandemic.
I, off the top of my head, know of no reason why we are changing those, but I want to just double check that there isn't anything that I am not immediately aware of, and I will confirm that with the member. But essential work and what he's just outlined there is, of course, included in that essential work category, is permitted. But the key message here we're trying to get across, and I appreciate people for very good reasons want to make the case for exemptions, but let's not lose sight of the fact that we should all be seeking to get the message across to people that unless travel is essential right now, don't travel. And the more we get that message across, the less worried we are about some of these exemptions for genuinely essential purposes. But if there is any reason that I'm not aware of that the position might be changing, I'll get back to the member, but I'm not aware of it at the moment.
And Pauline McNeill.
There is a huge disparity in the online teaching across schools. Some children have been taught by Teams and others have online access only, and some children are not adapting very well to this. I wonder if the First Minister thought there was a case for a more of a national approach to ensure that there's some basic uniformity in what children receive. And could the First Minister, when the time is safe, encourage more one-to-one tuition where that's possible, because many children have struggled through this pandemic and going to need one-to-one tuition to get them back on track.
First Minister.
Look, these are always difficult balances to strike. If we had tried to impose national uniformity on this, I suspect, and I don't mean this critically, it's just a fact of life, I would have had lots of members saying surely schools know their young people best and we should allow schools greater flexibility. So schools do know their young people best, and I think it is really important to trust that professional judgment of teachers and how they provide this. But we know while children or some children are out of school, we need to continue on an ongoing basis to make sure that the remote learning offer is what it needs to be. eSchool, of course, has already got provision for tutoring and additional support, and that is really important. But all of this brings us back to a central point here. We want to get children back into school in person full-time as quickly as possible, and that means the rest of us for a little while longer all agreeing to live with these tough restrictions so that we can create the headroom in the fight against this virus to make that possible.
Thank you, and apologies to those members. Elaine Smyth, point of order.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Could I make a point of order under our rules for amending the official record? Because just earlier in response to my question, the First Minister said, and I quote, "Places of worship are not closed." But the regulations say very clearly that they are closed for communal worship and private prayer, and they're only allowed to open for very small funerals and weddings. So I wonder if the First Minister could take the opportunity to correct the record as allowed by our rules, because many people will be confused by the earlier assertion.
Order, please.
And I
Order,
think,
please.
Presiding Officer, I think we all know that it is absolutely essential to be clear about these regulations that are in place just now. The importance of that can't be overemphasised. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Smith. That's not a point of order, but it is a helpful point of correction, which I'm sure the First Minister will take. Well, it's a point that the member has made about the information, which I'm sure the First Minister will pay attention to. I'll give the First Minister a chance to respond now if she wishes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm sorry, I wouldn't normally do this, but it is a really important point for many people across the country. I think any careful listening to Elaine Smith's reading of the regulations and then looking at what I said would actually see there is no inconsistency. Places of worship are not closed, but they are only able to be open for very limited purposes. And it's because I know how difficult and distressing that is for many people that I am so intent on all of us trying to get into a better position as quickly as possible. So I wouldn't want anybody to think that there was any glibness about this or any inability to understand how serious the point it is. And I don't think it then does anybody any good for us to be quibbling over the precise wording, when in actual fact I think we both both articulated the position correctly. We perhaps put the emphasis in different places.
Thank you very much, First Minister. On that note, apologies to the members that weren't able to call, and sorry also, I think there's some confusion to the members online about notifying me about their intention to speak. But we have to move on to the next item of business. There'll be a short pause while we do so.
Thank you very much. The next item of business is a statement by Kate Forbes on a budget update. The Cabinet Secretary will take questions at the end of her statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions. And I call on Kate Forbes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My objectives in this budget statement today are to give as much early clarity to businesses, public bodies and communities, and to be as transparent as possible. This is a budget for the nation, reflecting the challenges facing each family and business. But to deliver certainty, this Parliament must pass the budget. I have now met with every party individually and collectively to help reach an agreement on the 2021-2022 Scottish Budget. We're still in the throes of a national emergency. It's an important point that this Parliament works together to respond to that. In advance of final allocations in the spring budget revision on the 25th of February, I can confirm further 2020-21 non-recurring COVID support will be made available as follows. £275 million to support COVID pressures, including for lost income in local government, and councils will have the freedom and flexibility to decide how it is deployed to support the range of COVID pressures they are facing, ensuring continuity for the critical services they provide. £40 million for local government to support the ongoing deployment of safety mitigations within our schools. That builds on the £50 million that we had previously committed and provides certainty to local government as we proceed with the phased reopening of schools and early learning and childcare settings. Thirdly, £60 million for further and higher education. That includes £40 million of resource funding to help colleges and universities maintain research activity, protect jobs and help students, and £20 million of additional capital to boost research and knowledge exchange. £25 million to tackle poverty and inequality, and together with projected underspends on wider measures, this will enable us to make two key investments. Firstly, a further £100 COVID hardship payment for children and young people receiving free school meals on the basis of low income. The funding offered will also enable support to be extended to children who receive free lunches within early learning and childcare settings. However, we know that it's not only families with children that are struggling financially. Therefore, I am also announcing that we will increase the funding available to councils to tackle financial insecurity in their local areas by an additional £20 million. And last but not least, £5.7 million for COVID pressures on forestry. The UK Government has confirmed this week that for this year we will be provided with a further £873 million in resource, £236 million in capital and £41 million in financial transactions on top of the previously guaranteed £8.6 billion. Whilst this is, of course, welcome, reflecting the late stage in the financial year, it can and will be carried over into next year. The following funding proposals are subject, obviously, to parliamentary approval of the budget and will be taken forward in the event that our 2021-22 budget assumption of an additional £500 million of COVID consequentials is realised and that requisite funds are available via the Scotland Reserve. The fact that this funding is likely to be non-recurring constrains what it can be used for. Presiding Officer, when I presented the budget last month, I made clear that if resources allowed, I would extend 100% non-domestic rates relief for properties in the retail, hospitality, leisure and aviation sectors for all of next year. I am now in a position to provide that certainty to business, meeting the #1 ask of the business community and demonstrating our commitment to supporting the economy. To ensure that resources are targeted at those who need it most, we're working with councils to ensure the application process will be live ahead of bills being issued. In addition to extending 100% relief for these sectors, we will continue 100% relief for newspapers publishing in next year with careful consideration of the NUJ's conditions, and we will defer the removal of charitable rates relief from mainstream independent schools to the 1st of April 2022. The impacts of COVID will last beyond this academic year, and we need to continue to support a longer-term programme to enable children to catch up on missed education. Therefore, we will provide a further £60 million to support and accelerate that process. This will be available for purposes including ensuring that the levels of teaching and support staff in schools can continue to meet the needs of children and young people across all parts of Scotland. We're aware of the financial impact the pandemic has had on households and want to provide support during this time. So I'm also today confirming that we will invest an additional £100 million next year to help low-income households in the year ahead. We will announce more details of this investment in due course when it has been fully discussed with COSLA. I want to ensure that the UK Government will not claw back any of the support we provide, for example, through reduced benefit payments, and will therefore be asking UK ministers to help us help people in hardship during this difficult time. Presiding Officer, we know that mental health impacts of the pandemic will be significant, and how tough this past year has been for those with pre-existing mental health conditions. So I am today announcing £120 million for a mental health recovery and renewal fund, which takes our total spend on mental health next year in excess of £1.2 billion. The fund will ensure the delivery of our mental health transition and recovery plan. It includes a headline focus to improve specialist CAMS services, to address long waits and to clear waiting list backlogs. Nearly £10 million will be allocated to speed up treatment in psychological therapies waiting lists for adults. We recognise the need to focus on supporting people at the earliest possible stages, and so we will invest in enhanced community support. And we will also provide significant additional support for mental health in primary care settings. Over the summer period, NHS boards developed new processes for admissions for elective surgery in line with infection control measures, and in September 2020, elective surgery activity was at around 65% of the level in the previous year. So today, I am also announcing a further £60 million of investment in waiting times recovery to enable NHS boards to start to address the pandemic-induced backlog, remobilise our services and improve access to hospital-based services. Presiding Officer, moving on now to capital. I was unable to go as far as I would have liked in supporting the provision of affordable housing due to cuts in our capital funding from the UK Government. But I can now confirm today that I will be allocating a further £100 million in grant and £20 million in financial transactions for affordable housing next year. That means that we will now invest over £3.5 billion in housing over the next 5 years, with more than £3.4 billion delivering more social and affordable homes in communities across Scotland. Presiding Officer, to support green recovery and to help us meet our climate ambitions, I am also today allocating an additional £45 million of capital to heat decarbonisation, energy efficiency and fuel poverty for next year, bringing the total for heat and energy efficiency in the budget to over £258 million of capital. Presiding Officer, I have two further points to make. To support a sustainable economic recovery, I am now proposing an additional £50 million in capital for town centres and 20-minute neighbourhoods for next year. That will bring this year's investment for the place-based investment programme to £105 million and will support regeneration in local communities. We know that the tourism sector has suffered deeply due to the pandemic, and we want to support its strong return so that when the time is right, we can all enjoy the world-class offerings that Scotland has to offer. I'm therefore pleased to be able to provide a further £10 million in capital funding specifically for tourism infrastructure in our rural communities next year. That is separate to the doubling of the Rural Tourism Infrastructure Fund that was already published in the budget. Lastly, Presiding Officer, I am also proposing an additional £32 million for local bridges maintenance, on which we will set out further detail shortly, to rebuild and maintain key lifeline bridges like the Bernard Bridge, which has been raised with me by Alistair Allen as well as Corria and Elaine Shear on several occasions. And so, Presiding Officer, as I come to a close, in the interests of transparency, I have set out the additional funding at my disposal for next year's budget and how I wish to deploy it to support our national recovery. I am sure that each party in this chamber will recognise something in my statement today that they have called for, and I will continue to work with all parties in the chamber to help deliver a budget for the nation fit for these times. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Cabinet Secretary will now take questions on the issues raised in her statement. I intend to allow around 20 minutes for questions, after which we will move on to the next item of business, and it would be helpful if members who wish to ask a question were to press the request to speak buttons now. And I call Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I start by thanking the Cabinet Secretary for advance sight of her statement. As she outlined this week, we've seen additional funding of £1.1 billion from the UK Government being providing, demonstrating how the broad shoulders of the United Kingdom are helping support Scottish public services, businesses and individuals in these very difficult times. Can I welcome the various announcements today, and in particular welcome the extension of 100% rates relief for businesses in the retail, hospitality and leisure sector for the next 12 months, and the extension of rates relief to newspapers, both issues that the Scottish Conservatives have been calling for to be addressed. So I welcome those. And can I also welcome additional funds for education, although I fear they may fall short of what is required if we are to close the attainment gap and redress some of the damage we've seen done over the past year. But I really want to ask the Finance Secretary today about the issue of business support. Every day I, like most other MSPs, are contacted by businesses who are fearful for the future, who are running out of cash fast because they are not eligible for existing support funds, perhaps because they are legally still permitted to trade, but nevertheless have lost a large amount of their business. These businesses are now being pointed towards the local council discretionary funds, but the payments available to them from that source fall far short of recompensing them for the losses they've suffered or giving them the resources they need to survive. So will the Finance Secretary look again at how direct business support can be provided for those businesses currently teetering on the edge, who are falling through the gaps in terms of existing funds and support available?
Cabinet Secretary.
The fact, of course, that I'm doing an update to the budget just 2 weeks after publishing the bill illustrates the difficulty of setting a budget whilst waiting on dribs and drabs of funding from the UK Government. So I would gently push back on the notion of the broad arms of the Union, but will repeat my gratitude for funding to help us to respond. And I'm also appreciative of Murdo Fraser's welcoming of this statement because, of course, and he said it himself publicly, the Tories have asked me to extend non-domestic rates relief, defer non-domestic rates for independent school, increase funding for housing and local government. And all of that, of course, is delivered and done in today's statement. And so in comprehensively meeting the Conservatives' asks, all eyes will now be on the Conservatives because I hope that they will consider passing on that goodwill to the businesses and the households of Scotland by enabling passage of the bill, which provides for ongoing support and clarity. That is what the nation needs right now. Specifically on business support, I agree that we need to continually keep the support under review. That's what I do. The discretionary fund, of course, is discretionary by nature, up to local authorities, what they distribute, at what quantum, what value and how. In terms of the funding that's available, 94% of business support is live. Most of the grant schemes, bar one, are up and running, and those sectoral schemes are specifically designed to fill gaps in either the furlough scheme, self-employed income support scheme, or the strategic fund. We will keep that under review, but we can see quite categorically that we are trying to reach as many of the excluded as possible, and I'm always willing to go further where possible.
Thank you. I call on Jackie Bailey.
Can I also thank the Cabinet Secretary for an advance copy of her statement? Firstly, can I wholeheartedly welcome the extension of non-domestic rates relief for many businesses for all of the next financial year, a key ask in Labour's budget priorities, and providing certainty for businesses for the period ahead. But it is the case that the eligibility criteria for business support is too tight, and not all the existing money is being spent. For example, 57% of the coronavirus restriction fund was allocated, but 4,000 applications were rejected. So will the Cabinet Secretary urgently review the criteria for business support funds so more businesses get help? Secondly, let me also welcome the additional funding for health services and particularly for mental health. But it falls, I think, well short of what is required. In England and Wales, mental health spending is more than 11% of their overall health budget, and by comparison in Scotland, it is approximately 8% of the health budget. In light of the increased demand for mental health services for people with existing conditions, never mind people with new mental health problems, will she commit to a greater percentage share of NHS funding being allocated to mental health as called for by the Royal College of Psychiatrists?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, in terms of the member's questions, and again, I appreciate her welcome of a number of different points in the budget, and of course, for businesses to enjoy non-domestic rates relief, we need to get the budget through the Parliament. And so I hope that Labour will be considering very carefully how they enable that to provide clarity and certainty to the very businesses that Jackie Bailey has just asked questions on behalf of. In terms of business support, we have set out three main ways for businesses to get help. Strategic Framework Business Fund, the main fund, approximately £250 million paid out in January. Secondly, we have tried to reach the excluded through sectoral schemes. I am always open to reviewing sectoral schemes, but of course, every new sectoral scheme requires some additional support. It requires local government in particular to distribute it. So it's important that we target that well. But lastly, the discretionary fund, which is now being quadrupled to £120 million, specifically endeavours to fill all the gaps. So where eligibility criteria can be changed or tweaked, we will do that, but I think it's important that we continue to get funding to those that haven't had any yet, rather than build on what has already been provided. She talks about, Jackie Bailey, talks about the health service in terms of the additional funding for mental health, which I again heard her welcoming. If she believes that it should be a greater percentage share, of course she knows that I'm open to all and any proposals. But Labour will need to prioritise its proposals because from PAGI or local government to now mental health, I think it's important that the Labour Party prioritises, and I'm more than happy to work with her.
Patrick Harvey, to be followed by Willie Rennie.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm grateful for the advanced sight of the statement and in particular the additional funding for energy efficiency will be very welcome, ensuring that a green recovery can be done in a way that saves people money on their household budgets. But there is a need to go further on achieving those savings for household budgets much sooner, in particular given the fact that there are fewer than half the number of applications for the Scottish Child Payment as there are eligible children. Is the Cabinet Secretary continuing to examine other ways that we can expand eligibility for universal benefits such as free bus travel and free school meals?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I have appreciated the constructive and ongoing discussions with Patrick Harvey and the Green Party in terms of where the budget should go further, and this statement certainly reflects a number of points that he has made. Normally, budget negotiations are done behind closed doors, but I thought it was important to update Parliament, and I look forward to continued discussions with the Greens on their priorities, particularly around anti-poverty measures and energy efficiency. But absolutely, unequivocally happy to continue the discussion on universal benefits like free bus travel, and he will know that the instrument has already been laid in terms of last year's budget negotiation for securing free bus travel for under-19s, and I want to continue to negotiate and work constructively in seeing where we can go further.
Willie Rennie to be followed by Tom Arthur.
I'm pleased that the Finance Secretary has returned to the Chamber today to make the statement following the additional resources allocated from the UK Treasury. She knows that we will negotiate on this budget and will work constructively and seriously to get an agreement. We must cut mental health weights and improve delivery, which is why we're debating that exact subject in this chamber tomorrow. And the new mental health funds today will help meet that challenge. We welcome also the additional allocations to business, newspapers, NHS, energy efficiency, but also for our hard-pressed councils and education services. But specifically on the council funding, does the amount that the Finance Secretary has announced today match the shortfall that's been identified by COSLA?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I thank Willie Rennie for the question and his commitment to working constructively. He helpfully did ask for 3 things in the budget bill, and I think all 3 of them have been reflected in the statement today. Additional £100 million for mental health, more money for education to help young people, as well as ongoing business support. In terms of the specific question about local government, that £275 million does not have any strings attached. It is entirely for local authorities to determine how they will spend. The caveat I would put is that it's non-recurring in terms of funding. So it's to help with COVID-related pressures and in terms of working with local government. I'm sure local government, a bit like the Scottish Government, can always identify additional pressures and additional ways that they would like to help communities and households. But I think it was already a fair settlement, and a substantial increase of £275 million will really help and go a long way.
Thank you very much. Can I encourage succinct questions and answers to allow as many questioners in as possible? Tom Arthur to be followed by Maurice Golden.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I welcome the announcement of an additional £100 million for low-income households, something that I know many of my constituents in Renfrewshire South stand to benefit from. However, I am concerned that there is a risk of a clawback from Treasury via the benefit system. Can the Cabinet Secretary confirm that she will urge the UK Government to make sure that all of this money goes into the pockets of those who need it most and is not clawed back via the benefit system?
Well, we have previously received reassurances from HMRC and DWP with regards to the exceptional steps we've taken to support people impacted by COVID this year. And on this basis, understand that the funding provided through the COVID Spring Hardship Payment and through support offered by local authorities to tackle financial insecurity will not be taken into account for benefit or tax purposes, a point that is also covered by the fiscal framework. So as we develop proposals for the £100 million of support next year, we ask the UK Government to extend those reassurances to ensure that the money is not given with one hand and taken away by another, and we'll engage with our counterparts in the UK Government to seek that assurance.
Maurice Golden to be followed by Annabel Ewan.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The Cabinet Secretary has just announced funds for tourism recovery, which is welcome, but any benefit will be hampered by the SNP's plans for heavy-handed new regulations on short-term lets. The Scottish Guesthouse and B&B Alliance have said the plans are the final straw in what has been the most depressing of years. Does the Cabinet Secretary recognise the best way to help Scotland's B&B sector recover is to scrap plans to introduce these cumbersome regulations?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I'm not sure that that's related to capital that I've just announced at all, but on the specific point, he'll know that Kevin Stewart has announced a working group with sector representatives who will look at the concerns that have been raised and will actively work on solutions, including amending legislation where that is required. But two further points, if I could, because of course the tourism infrastructure reflects the challenges that were faced by a number of local communities, particularly in rural areas, who were overwhelmed in some cases by campers, camper vans, and the infrastructure the capital here will go a long way in terms of ensuring that there is sufficient infrastructure in place. And of course, secondly, I would have also expected Maurice Golden to welcome the fact that we've just launched funding for B&Bs who pay council tax, and they will get the equivalent of the Strategic Framework Business Fund, which I'm not sure is replicated to the same extent elsewhere in the UK.
Annabel Ewing, to be followed by Sarah Boyack.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As we know, children's education has been significantly impacted as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. So can the Cabinet Secretary at this stage provide any further detail as to how the very welcome additional funding that she has announced today will actually be used to help children in my Cowdenbeath constituency and indeed children across Scotland catch up with their missed education?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I think this funding will certainly help Annabel Ewing's Cowdenbeath constituents, because clearly the impact on young people has been substantial. So the £60 million of funding will support local authorities and schools to take action. Now that would include issues like learning loss, health, wellbeing, and as I set out in the statement, the funding will be available for purposes including ensuring that all levels of teaching and support staff in schools can continue to meet the needs of children, including those in Cowdenbeath. We'll work alongside local government to ensure the investment delivers maximum impact, and will update Parliament in due course on the detail.
Sarah Boyack, to be followed by Alistair Allen.
Cabinet Secretary, today's additional money for councils doesn't address the additional COVID spend and loss of income gap reported to us by COSLA, nor that councils were already hit by £937 million cuts to non-core services over the last few years, which will be crucial to community and economic recovery from COVID. So will the Scottish Government use its own underspend and UK consequentials to deliver the investment needed, and also make sure the council tax-free zone offer is actually baked into next year's budget?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I'm unaware of the underspend that she refers to, but in terms of the funding here, it contributes significantly to the challenges that local government is facing in terms of the figures certainly we've seen for loss of income, and will go a long way. A few weeks ago when I announced the budget, I indicated that there would be an increase in the funding for loss of income. That more than doubles the funding that's available for loss of income, so we'll go a long way. But I'm aware that next year's budget for many local authorities is more challenging because of the ongoing impact of the pandemic. So we will work with COSLA to ensure that we understand the impact and provide funding where it's required.
Alistair Allen, to be followed by Jamie Green.
Can I welcome the Cabinet Secretary's responsiveness to the arguments which I have perhaps rather unsubtly been making about the need to replace the bridge to Bernera, an island off an island. And can I ask if she can provide information on the likely timescales for further details on the funding for bridges more generally, which she has mentioned?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, in terms of the specific answer, I will update Parliament as soon as possible with the specifics of the detail, but Alistair Allen has been very active in raising concerns about the bridge. I've also met with Colin and Ellen Shear about the bridge, and I hope that this fund will provide essential support in maintaining lifeline services like the bridge in the Western Isles, but also bridges elsewhere.
Jamie Green, to be followed by Stuart McMillan.
Thank you. On the 9th of December, this Parliament voted by majority for free school meals for primary pupils to commence in the new financial year. That vote passed by 59 votes in favour. Can I confirm that the Government is respecting that decision And now that the funding is there, will today's announcement deliver it in line with this Chamber's wishes?
Kate Forbes.
Well, I always think it's fascinating that Tories here can vote for free school meals and vote against free school meals south of the border. But in terms of the funding that I have agreed today, there are two particular funds that I would refer the member to. One is providing additional support to families who are in need, and we will continue and maintain our commitment to free school meals as well. But secondly, the support too to help young people when it comes to education, which I think is also a Tory ask.
Stuart McMillan, to be followed by Claudia Beamish.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I was pleased to hear the Finance Secretary will invest £100 million for low-income households in the year ahead, including the my Greenock and Inverclyde constituency. Can the Finance Secretary therefore provide some further detail if this intended support will be wider than low-income families who are also being helped through an additional hardship payment?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I know that Stuart McMillan has regularly raised concerns on behalf of his own constituency in terms of low-income families and the impact of deprivation and COVID on top of that. So in terms of the funding, we anticipate that we will use the Council Tax Reduction Scheme to identify individuals who could benefit from this additional support, and we'll work very closely with local authorities in COSLA to deliver the additional support. Again, as with all of these things, I will provide the specific detail in due course, but I hope that goes some way to helping Stuart McMillan answer questions from his constituents in light of the huge impact of not only the economic crisis, but also the health pandemic.
Claudia Beamish, to be followed by Kenneth Gibson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I note the increase in the statement today of an additional £45 million capital to heat decarbonisation, energy efficiency and fuel poverty. While today's announcement is a welcome good step, Cabinet Secretary selling the specific, and I stress specific, energy efficiency budget to £244 million to make a really significant inroad into fuel poverty, bringing local jobs across Scotland and lowering our emissions, as called for by Scottish Labour in this budget and a number of NGOs and charities.
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I think that's another request from Labour to add to the very long list of requests from Labour about how to change this budget. And of course, I'm open to many requests from Labour, but all of them need to be costed and then prioritised. In terms of the energy efficiency issue, we recognise that not only is it a way of reaching our statutory fuel poverty and climate change targets, but it's also a way to revitalise the economy. Now, we have committed already to allocating almost £1.6 billion of capital to heat and energy efficiency over the next 5 years. So this additional £45 million will go a long way to help with next year's budget and ensure that there is sufficient capital in place to deliver on schemes including Energy Efficient Scotland and the Low Carbon Infrastructure Transition Programme.
Finally, and briefly, please, Kenneth Gibson.
Presiding Officer, additional consequential funding is always welcome. However, does the Cabinet Secretary agree this Parliament should not have to find out about consequentials weeks or even months after UK Government's associated policy decisions have been made? And does she therefore agree it's now urgent that further fiscal flexibilities are provided to Scotland, enabling us to respond more effectively to this crisis?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I think the principle there is sound, because in developing and building this budget, I was quite clear that I didn't have all the information available to me, and we built a budget that was fair to households, to businesses, and ensured our response to the ongoing pandemic. But the fact that I'm standing here just a matter of weeks after that budget and in advance of stage 1 of the budget demonstrates that getting information in dribs and drabs does the people of Scotland no service, never mind this Parliament and this government. And of course, I'm always grateful for additional money because it can help us to meet some of the needs that are out there. So some additional flexibilities which had cross-party support would go a long way in helping us to smooth over some of those risks. But in the absence of any flexibilities, then we just have to deal with the situation as we find it.
Thank you very much. That concludes questions on the statement. My apologies to late bidders for questions who could not be called due to time, but we will move on in a moment to the next item of business.
Thank you. Before I move on to the next item of business, can I say there is no time in hand, and accordingly people must be very strict with themselves, so I don't have to be strict with them. That's a happy marriage. The next item of business is a debate on motion 24134 in the name of Jeane Freeman on independent review of adult social care. Can I ask those members who wish to take part in the debate to press the request to speak buttons now? And I call on Jeane Freeman to speak to and move the motion. Cabinet Secretary, please.
Thank you very much. Presiding Officer, the independent review of social care gives us a clear roadmap for the future of care provision in Scotland. Central to its proposition is that we see and deliver on adult social care as an investment we make collectively in ourselves and in each other. It is a shift in thinking which underpins future funding, commissioning, regulation and, critically, delivery. We believe in the recommendations in this report, and in the elections in May we will ask the people of Scotland to back the creation of a national care service, a service on a par with our NHS. The foundation for delivering on the recommendations is the adult social care workforce. They must be recognised, offered opportunity to develop skills and expertise, and rewarded for the significant value they bring every day to the important job they do. And I will come to the specifics on that shortly. The backdrop to the review is clear in the terrible loss of life from the COVID-19 pandemic. I know I speak for everyone in this chamber when I offer my condolences to everyone who has lost a loved one to this virus, whether a care home resident, a staff member, or someone who was in their own home. Before I turn to the detail, I want to place on record my personal thanks to the Chair of the Independent Review, Derek Feely, his advisory panel of experts, and to everyone who gave them evidence and feedback. It is a testimony to everyone involved in the process that a thorough and comprehensive review was delivered swiftly, with strong engagement from those who have lived experience of adult social care, representative organisations, providers of social care in the public, private and third sectors, and with trade unions. The review's report, I'll come to you in a second. Well, no, I'll take you now, Mr Finlay. Yes.
Neil Finlay.
Thanks. It was just before the Minister moved on there. I was just wondering, she said that the report produces a plan for a system that's based on an equivalence to the NHS. Could she elaborate on that?
Cabinet Secretary.
I think what the report centrally says to us is that we need to accord adult social care the same value in everything we do in its delivery and how we treat its workforce as we do our NHS. The review's report has been widely welcomed. It recommends changing the narrative of social care and putting human rights at the heart of it, moving from a competitive market to one of collaboration and ethical approaches to commissioning and procurement, putting an end to charging for non-residential care, as well as a revised funding structure for free personal and nursing care. Crucially, the report calls for the creation of a national care service to drive delivery of consistent, high-quality social care support and put adult social care on the same footing as our NHS. To support the introduction of these changes, the report suggests that we need a new social covenant for adult social care to ensure that it reflects our values and, as a society, our commitment to each other. We need to build on the strong foundations we currently have in the system. There is legislation in place to underpin self-directed support, the Carers Act, and our commitment in legislation to integrate health and social care. And while there are many people already receiving good quality care and support, that experience needs to be consistent across the country, and that is not the case now. We need to redesign parts of the system, including legislating for a national care service with reformed integration joint boards, focusing on prevention, early intervention, deinstitutionalisation and, at its heart, the involvement of people who use services, unpaid carers and the workforce. The central role of IJBs will help ensure that local representation will be vital in the shaping of services. This National Care Service would also introduce a national improvement programme for social care, initially addressing 3 key areas: the experience and implementation of self-directed support, the safety and quality of care provided in care homes, and improving commissioning and procurement processes to embed Fair Work principles and inform reformed regulation, inspection and improvement. But while there is widespread support for the review's recommendations, there are also concerns. Let me touch on two that are amongst the most important. The first is the understandable concern expressed by COSLA on the issue of accountability. I understand that concern, and I know that local government is a critical partner in taking forward the radical change the review rightly calls for. Yesterday, I had the first of what will be a number of meetings with COSLA to learn more about the concerns they have and to begin to work through how we might jointly work through these. Local government has experience and an understanding of local communities and needs and provides a range of vital services closely connected to social care. The report recognises this. So we do need to work together to find the best way to secure the review's recommendations and the spirit of its intent. What is abundantly clear, though, is how much we and COSLA agree on. I hope that before this Parliament rises for the elections in May, we will have reached areas of agreement with COSLA that form a firm foundation for the work of the next Scottish Government. The second concern lies with those whose lived experience contributed so much to the review. That this is another report of fine words and laudable sentiments that in the end goes nowhere, because vested interests combine to make little real improvement to people's lives, because we spend all our energy and time arguing about structures that we fail to grasp the opportunity to deliver. I understand that concern too, and I take it very seriously. For them, there is no time left to waste and too many lives still to be fully lived. But there is immediate action that we can take now to secure improvement. On the associated themes of individual autonomy and citizenship, I'm pleased to announce a new Community Living Change Fund of £20 million to deliver a redesign of services for people with complex needs, including intellectual disabilities and autism, and those who have enduring mental health problems, focusing on delivering a proper sense of home for people with complex needs, including those who have encountered lengthy hospital stays or who might have been placed outside Scotland and who could and should be more appropriately supported closer to home. The report highlights too the fundamental role of unpaid carers in our society. The Carers Act is a building block to strengthen the rights and status of unpaid carers and must act as a springboard for major improvements. I've already prioritised support for the implementation of the Carers Act, backing that with significant investment, which now stands at £39.5 million a year, with an additional £28.5 million uplift earmarked for the Carers Act in the draft budget for 21-22, bringing the total investment in local support for carers to £68 million. The report also recognises and highlights the critical and invaluable support that the social care workforce provide to people all over Scotland. A key recommendation from the Fair Work Convention report for social care is to consider the establishment of a new sector-level body responsible for ensuring that social care workers have effective voice and the development of a collective bargaining role in that sector. I can confirm our support for that and that this work is being taken forward through the Fair Work and Social Care Group chaired by Andy Kerr. By the end of May, we will establish a minimum set of standards which reflect fair work, effective voice, what this will look like, how that plays out in terms and conditions, and how it will be applied across all of our social care workforce. Since 2016, we have provided funding to enable adult social care workers to be paid the real living wage for waking hours. During 2018-19, this commitment was extended to include those undertaking overnight social care support. But we want to ensure that there is no delay in the annual uplift being received by the workforce. I can confirm that with that Fair Work Social Care Group as a priority, we will seek to agree a national approach to implementing the real living wage for adult social care workers for 2021 and future years. The report rightly highlights how commissioning for the public good can also drive change, and that ethical commissioning and procurement can support the standardisation and implementation of fair work requirements and practices. I've therefore asked that this year's minute of variation requirement for the National Care Home contract should also embed changes which drive the Fair Work agenda, and that for the first time, union representatives should be party to the discussions on this contract. I want to work towards parity with the National Health Service, where healthcare and social care are both free at the point of delivery. So we will work with local partners as quickly as practical to end all charges for non-residential care. I've already announced a significant uplift in the allowances for self-funders, and I want to move swiftly towards a position where all care is fully funded in residential settings. Finally, the report has recommended a number of important areas for investment, substantial investment, not in more of the same, but in supports that propel our vital social care system forward and make it one which works consistently and to a high standard across the country for those who need it. The report sets out how we need to invest in adult social care financially and highlights the wider economic benefits of investing in our social care system. You may be tempted, many may be tempted to ask how we can afford this, but I think for me, for the report authors and for many across the Chamber, the answer has to be, how can Scotland now not afford to? I believe, as the report sets out, Presiding Officer, that improving adult social care gives us a tremendous opportunity to improve people's lives, to build our economy and to invest in high-quality, fair work. This is just the beginning of a process for improvement. It is now up to us in this Parliament to consider carefully the practical application of these recommendations and build on good practice to ensure a social care system that consistently delivers high-quality services across Scotland, a system that is founded in fairness, equality and human rights and puts lived experience at the heart of its redesign and delivery. And I move the motion in my name.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. I now call on Donald Cameron to speak to and move Amendment 24134.4. Mr Cameron, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and can I begin by moving the amendment in my name? I welcome the opportunity to open for the Scottish Conservatives in this important debate, and I want to place on record my party's thanks to the advisory panel and all those who contributed to this thorough and wide-ranging report. But I particularly want to pay tribute to Derek Feely himself, not just for leading on this report, but for his regular engagement with health spokespeople from all political parties during this process. I can honestly say that in all my time as an MSP, I've never felt more involved in a review like this. And much of that comes down to the personal dedication shown by Mr. Feely and a genuine and sincere attempt to consult with opposition politicians. Such a radical and refreshing approach should be the way forward for future reviews and reports, in my view. It is important that we reflect on why this review was commissioned in the first place and why it is critical that we make changes going forward. One factor behind this review, not the only factor of course, but an important one nonetheless, was the tragic loss of life in our care homes during the COVID-19 pandemic last year. Something that is still happening, though thanks to life-saving vaccines and better practices, the mortality rate is declining. The latest figures show that there have been 3,146 deaths in a care home where COVID-19 was mentioned on the death certificate. That accounts for 36% of Scotland's total COVID-19 deaths. Over a third. That is 3,146 lost mothers, fathers, grandparents, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, and friends. That is 3,146 grieving families left behind and looking for urgent answers. And we know that over 100 patients were sent to care homes in the pandemic earlier on, despite testing positive for COVID-19. And we also know that according to Public Health Scotland, some 3,000 odd patients were discharged into care homes without being tested in the 1st of March and the 30th of May. Now, these may have been clinical decisions, but they were clinical decisions overseen by this government, which is why our amendment repeats our call, already twice agreed by parliamentary votes, for a public inquiry into this. The other key factor behind this review is the near universally agreed view the way we deliver social care is not working. Change is needed. The RCN have said that the current way that adult social care operates is not fit for purpose and needs radical overhaul, and I agree with them. There are many recommendations emerging from this report that the Scottish Conservatives agree with and welcome. We agree that carers need better, more consistent support to carry out their caring role well, as the report states. and we as a party have a strong record supporting our carers, including the delivery of short breaks for unpaid carers as part of the 2016 Carers Bill, and our calls for an increase in the carers allowance. We also agree with the need to remove the needlessly bureaucratic process of accessing social care, with families describing it in the report as notoriously difficult and overcomplicated. There are strong and compelling arguments for applying national standards and for driving high-quality care on a Scotland-wide basis, as well as approaching workforce issues at a national level and for a human rights-based approach to delivering care. We acknowledge there is a need to improve training and career development opportunities for carers, with a report arguing that many felt there is a need to improve the skill set of the workforce, and that the Scottish Social Services Council is not equipped or resourced to support effective training and development of staff. The RTN say that its members feel that there is a barrier to nurses working in adult social care due to a lack of opportunity to undergo training at work, as well as a perception, rightly or wrongly, about lack of career progression. At the heart of this review, as the Cabinet Secretary said, is the call for a national care service to be placed on an equal statutory footing with NHS Scotland. We have long agreed that health and social care need to be seen as integral parts of the same system, and that implies parity between them. The Scottish Conservatives believe that the creation of a national care service in Scotland could assist in achieving higher quality care, as well as improving the employment conditions of care workers. But the SNP government must provide details of how this will work in practice. Such a service must avoid becoming a centralised, monolithic structure, must ensure that individual people are at its heart. This government has an unenviable record when it comes to centralisation, and there are patent dangers if this were to become another act of amassing power and control in central government. It is imperative that any change to the delivery of social care should focus on such care being person-centred. We know that one size fits all does not work, and I note the comments of the coalition of care and support providers in Scotland who state that any new system must allow for local variation, flexibility and accountability. SAMH note that social care providers also need to be involved in the design of social care services, with many delivering a support service that has not been designed with a person-centred or recovery-based ethos in mind. And we also acknowledge the views of local government, who are concerned that some of the recommendations in the review, especially around the National Care Service, could see local accountability diluted. Osler's Health and Social Care spokesperson, Councillor Stuart Curry, has argued that council leaders are opposed to the recommendation on governance and accountability, which would see the removal of local democratic accountability and a degree of centralisation, which leaders rightly felt would be detrimental to the local delivery of social care and its integration with other key community services. We must be highly mindful of those views, and that any new service should involve local stakeholders going forward, and that local decision-making should be enhanced rather than diminished. The review also calls for reform of integration joint boards as part of a national care service. And again, more detail is needed from the government about what that would involve. IJBs, as presently constituted, are far from perfect, and the current system of integration raises many issues around funding, organisation and delivery. In designing a new service, the Scottish Conservatives believe that a local approach remains crucial and that local government should receive the support it needs. That is why, for instance, we've pledged to enshrine fair funding for councils into law, ensuring that local authorities receive a set fraction of the Scottish Government budget each year. To draw my comments to a close, Deputy Presiding Officer, this review is detailed and provides many positive ways forward in improving the experience of social care for those receiving it, and also for the many people who are either working in care or providing care voluntarily. Can I reiterate my thanks to Derek Feely and the board for producing this review during the most difficult of circumstances. It's clear that COVID-19 and the pandemic has exposed many of the weaknesses in the existing care system, and that reform is long overdue. But we should be cautious in how we achieve that change and ensure that the people who receive care are at the heart of any change, and that all relevant stakeholders, whether they be the public, the third sector, local government and others, are consulted and kept apprised by the Scottish Government going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Cameron. I call Monica Lennon to speak to and move Amendment 24134.3. Ms Lennon, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I welcome the debate today and I move the amendment in my name. Scottish Labour has campaigned for improvements to our chronically underfunded care services for a very long time. We believe that social care support in Scotland should always be free at the point of use, based on needs and not income, and should be rooted in a system that respects the dignity of people, service users and staff. Although it breaks my heart that it's taken the effects of a global pandemic to shine a spotlight on the flaws in the current market-based system, I do welcome that we are finally seeing attention, social care getting the attention it deserves. And I'd like to put on record Scottish Labour's thanks to those who have worked on the independent review of adult social care and contributed to its recommendations. There is much to be welcomed, and I am grateful to Derek Feely for his willingness to engage with MSPs, to keep us updated, and of course to engage widely with trade unions and service users. Social care should be based on upholding human rights. Commissioning of services should be for the public good, and the workforce should always be properly valued. Reform of social care and the creation of a national care service has been Scottish Labour policy for a very long time. Sadly, this was rejected by Nicola Sturgeon when she was the Health Secretary. And my colleague Richard Leonard has used his time in Parliament to bring social care out of the shadows. During Richard's time, he provided leadership elevating social care and the need for a national care service before and during the pandemic. And it has come back to the top of the political agenda. Scottish Labour's It's Time to Care About Care campaign last year reignited the debate on a national care service, and I'm pleased that Scottish ministers have finally paid heed to what has to be done. And social care has borne the brunt of the pandemic, from what's happened in our care homes to what's happened in people's own homes. And all too often it's been left to staff to raise the alarm or for heartbroken families to speak out. We know that the Scottish Government's own pandemic preparedness report, Silver Swan, identified social care as a weak link. At the beginning of the pandemic, we had repeated warnings from trade unions and frontline workers, including Unison, Unite and GMB, and I refer to my register of interests. But they were all speaking out about the inadequacy of PPE, and those calls went unheeded for too long. In fact, in April last year, there was still Scottish Government guidance in circulation from the Chief Nursing Officer suggesting that home carers didn't need any PPE at all beyond the basic apron and gloves that they always use. So whilst we welcome the recommendations in the report, we also want to hear when the country is going to get a public inquiry into the pandemic response, and in particular into what's happened in social care. There was comments in the chamber earlier today about the exclusion of essential caregivers. I want to pay tribute to my colleague Neil Findlay, who I'm sad is leaving the Parliament at the end of this term. But Neil Findlay has worked tirelessly throughout the pandemic to make the case that family caregivers are an essential part of the care team. They're not an extra. They're not just a visitor. They should also have access to PPE, to testing, to be part of the safe provision of care in our care homes. So I do hope we get to a place where we can, as a Parliament, unite and support Anne's Law, which would ensure that this can never happen again, that people spend a year in isolation without access to their loved ones. Now, the opportunity posed by the creation of a national care service offers the chance to create jobs and improve pay for social care workers. The Scottish Labour amendment reflects our support for £15 per hour for social care workers. This workforce is made up primarily of women. It's not unskilled, and the workforce deserves to be properly recognised for its labour. Fair Work has far from met its potential. Fair Work in Social Care has been a positive coalition, well navigated by Andy Kerr, but ambitions have been too low. And until we, the politicians, take action, it's all just talk. Fair work has to be a floor, not a ceiling. On a positive note, there are recommendations that we welcome, and if the government motion is turned into action, this could be a huge step forward for the workforce, for women in Scotland. We know that 83% of carers are women, so seeing a dramatic wage rise for these workers will not only end the recruitment and retention crisis, but the economic multipliers in wider society will be huge. And unpaid carers should also get equal payment and formal recognition for their labour. So a properly funded care sector, which creates decent, well-paid jobs, will help us meet our ambitions about the caring economy. Deputy Presiding Officer, as it stands, too much money has leaked out of care to offshore tax havens. Care should always be about people, not about profits. The report criticises the market-based system, but then largely recommends leaving the market-based system in place with a bit more regulation. That's not Scottish Labour's vision for a national care service. The amendment in my name today is clear that a national care service has to be about delivering parity, national standards which are delivered locally, and we cannot have a system of centralisation which doesn't work for care users or staff. So in conclusion, Presiding Officer, this report only holds At the moment, this report only holds promise and it requires further action. Nonetheless, it is a positive start and it is evidence about what this Parliament can achieve when there is the will to do so. I look forward to taking this forward in not just the years to come, but there's immediate action that must be taken now, including through the budget, getting that pay rise to workers. But if we can work together to get bold, radical change, we can have a national care service that is not just a title, not just words on a page, that bring that to life, that delivers better outcomes for service users and for the workforce.
Thank you very much, Ms Lennon. Now calling Alec Cole-Hamilton to speak to and move Amendment 24134.2. Mr Cole-Hamilton, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. It gives me great pleasure to rise for the Liberal Democrats, and I move the amendment in my name. Can I start by welcoming the publication of the Independent Review of Adult Social Care, which has examined the future delivery of care for older people and disabled people in this country. The review's recommendations rightly focus on a better service for care users and fairer pay and conditions for care workers, all of whom we have come to rely on so very much, or understand how much we rely on them in the course of this pandemic. The review also sought to address the concerns of disabled people that previous legislation, such as the Carers Act, the Public Bodies Joint Working Act, or the introduction of self-directed support, have not worked sufficiently well or lived up to the aspirations set for them. And they're not created this system based on human rights, which allows each individual to achieve their goals. These are all laudable aims, Presiding Officer, and Liberal Democrats will always support efforts to stretch ever higher in the quality of support that we offer in things like the establishment of national entitlements, of paying our social care workforce so as to make it a profession of choice, recognise the tremendous contribution they make to the fabric of our society. The fact is that we have tried and failed to reform social care through policy before, so this root and branch review was both timely and necessary. However, the suggested move to a national governance structure causes us significant concern. To our minds, the delivery of health and social care is not suited to central control. It is why we rightly have 14 territorial health boards, even more integrated joint boards. Subsidiarity must apply here because Scotland is too diverse for a one-size-fits-all approach to the delivery of care governed from the centre. We need only look at the problems that came with the amalgamation of Police Scotland and Scotland's regional police forces to see the difficulties that can arise from a central belt knows best approach. As Liberals, we believe that there should be a step change in social care so that it is provided on that human rights basis, built around the individual and the realities of their geography. Care should be considered a normal part of human life that merits investment to allow people to achieve their goals and to secure their own well-being. As with all aspects of intervention, in health and social care, we should embrace prevention first and foremost to offset the need for that care. But when it is needed, as it more often than not will be, then people should have the security of nationally prescribed entitlements and an expectation of a gold standard of provision. We need to step change in how we do this, and that change is key to improving quality of life for social care users. As such, implementation should begin now through existing systems and should not be delayed by the need to create a cumbersome overarching organisation to deliver it. Above all, the social care workforce should be respected for the work they do. Perhaps for the first time, as a result of this pandemic, they have received some of the recognition they finally deserve. They should be afforded a nationally agreed and mandatory fair work package that will make them a profession of choice and allow us to retain those vital, high-quality individuals to that profession. But, Presiding Officer, the answer to all of this is never centralisation. Centralisation has not delivered the benefits promised for other public services, and the loss of local democratic accountability is a risk both to care users and staff, not a benefit. As Liberal Democrats, we will work with other parties in this chamber and the architects of this report to reform social care in our communities, embracing much of what they ask of us. That changes in the experience of care users and care workers, as described by the independent review, built around a new national consensus that social care should be provided around human rights first and foremost. The setting of national care service standards and entitlements with the funding put in place to meet those standards and effective complaint resolution procedures for those people for whom services do not come up to scratch should be at the very heart of that. And we need local commissioning to involve disabled people and other care users in service design and to be informed by local experience of unmet needs, as highlighted by the independent review. Changes to value the social care workforce better should include a requirement that any care service, be it delivered by public, private, or charitable provider, comply with the Fair Work requirements which are set nationally, and all staff should have nationally agreed pay, terms of employment and career progression. I certainly will.
Monica Lennon.
I'm grateful to Alex Cole-Hamilton. Does he agree with us that the fight for 15 is a fair ask, and to support £15 for social care workers?
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
I think that Monica Lennon made a very compelling argument for that, and I certainly don't see a reason why we wouldn't support that, particularly as she rightly says that 83% of the workforce are indeed female. So this is a gender pay inequality as well. Presiding Officer, as well as involving service users, we must harness the creativity and the passion of our dedicated care workers, and that means affording them effective collective bargaining and the chance for them to help shape the service they provide. That must be built around a central principle of allowing care services to operate in a way that allows carers to build relationships and trust with those care users, moving away from narrow task-based contracts where individual carers change with alarming and unsettling regularity. And part of that offer must begin with the scrapping of charges for care services delivered at home. By so doing, we can enable more people to stay in their homes if they choose, experiencing the better outcomes that can mean. Presiding Officer, it is important to recognise that reform of social care should not just cover the profession itself, how we recognise the tireless contribution of unpaid carers as well, with better support and respite for them and the ability for them to continue to work with the measure of our efforts to bring reform. I will draw my remarks to a close there, but I have more points to make in my summation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Cole-Hamilton. Thank you for keeping to your time. I now call on John Finney. Mr Finney, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Presiding Officer. And the Scottish Green Party would like to thank everyone for their involvement in this review process and what the Cabinet Secretary referred to as the roadmap. The Scottish Green Party do support a national care service. And the 53 recommendations is set out how it can be improved. I don't think that should be taken as to suggest that the delivery of care isn't of the very highest standards by and large, but overall improvement is needed. And I think it's important that we look forward rather than backward. Families feel a range of emotions about care. They welcome the support. They worry about changes in care, continuity of care. They worry about transitions. They worry about their loved ones being institutionalised if care isn't available at home. And that's ideally where we want to see care delivered. Now, there's a role for self-directed support, but it's slight caution about that. In the wrong hands, it can be seen as a way of those who are responsible not meeting their obligations. The report talks about a more collaborative approach to adult social care, and that's something I identify if I reflect in my days in Highland Council and NHS Highland were the first to come together and had what remains a unique model. The assessment of the effectiveness of the delivery of care at home, strangely enough, found that the teams that were co-located had the best results, and that will really surprise no one. So I think the more collaboration we can get, the better. Now, mention's been made of the integrated joint boards, and they're not universally welcome, and I think the relative status they have compared to some local authorities is an issue. There's also talk of step change in capability to address the implementation gap. Now, that capability should not be at the behest of the profit motive. Private companies cherry-picking high-density areas, leaving remote, less densely populated areas like I represent, and then to the local authority who have the statutory obligation, and then extolling how much cheaper they can do things. Now, there's many fine examples of good work being done by commercial care deliverers, but the statutory obligation of that limited company is to deliver profits for its owners. And I certainly am of the view, and my party's of the view, that care and profit need to be separated. And ironically, I recall mentioning that in my first speech in the Parliament 2 sessions ago. Now, there's also talk about the voice of the lived experience needs to be amplified around proposed design, and I get that, absolutely get that. There is, of course, a suggestion of some consultation fatigue, and it's important to say that, yes, of course, we seek input from individuals, but their experience isn't the whole story. We all experience things differently, and if we take a patient-centred approach, then that's the way ahead. Now, local authorities are concerned about accountability. I had representations from one myself last night, and as I've said, and I've been a bit critical of the relationship in some of the joint boards, I find that a bit ironic. Particularly when, in my experience, they've sometimes sought to sidestep their own accountability and blame central governments. But that said, it's very important we listen to COSLA. I'm delighted that the Cabinet Secretary has indicated that there is engagement there. I don't think we're clear on the shape. It's entirely new and innovative. I certainly want it to be innovative, but I don't think we want to discard some of the good practice that's been set out. And setting out a clear vision is another term that's in there. Vision is good, passion is good, empathy is much better, and I'm not sure that ever featured as a qualification in any procurement process. So the new system must be consistent. The statutory responsibilities that are placed must be very, very, very clear as a result of this. Private companies, I don't think have a role in this at all. But it's important we discuss recommendations in a positive and constructive manner. We must recognise that posturing sometimes puts people off, and we want there to be public support for what goes ahead. But that has, of course, to be evidenced by the information we have at hand. I also like the suggestion of on an equal footing with the NHS, and I hope that through time that we would see the warmth and affection for a national care service that we've seen delivered by the NHS. The human rights approach is very, very important. The Highland Senior Citizens Network, they were involved in the Scotland's National Action Plan about a human rights approach. And I remember speaking to someone who was very cynical that thought human rights related to prisoners. But then with the many issues there were at that time around issues of hydration for people in care homes, I think making human rights relevant to people is important, and they certainly can't be more relevant to people who are requiring this sort of assistance. National improvement programmes good. Shifting from markets and competition to collaboration in commissioning and procurement practices. I don't think there's a role for the profit motive in this. This is about delivering fair work, and in the very short time I've left, so I want to turn to the rural dimension. There must be subsidiarity in all respects of this. We want to see a care system that delivers across Scotland. We won't be supporting the Conservative amendment, we won't be supporting the Liberal amendment, we will be supporting the Labour amendment, but I would say their aspiration about improved conditions is one that we share. There are many other issues that we care about too, which we'll address in the budget. The care after COVID doesn't quote the £15 figure that's mentioned there. Secular bargaining arrangement would be far more important than any figure here. And it's important that Labour, like everyone else, explains where the money's coming from and meaningfully engage in the budget. But it's important that we all get behind this national care service. Thank you, President Officer.
Thank you very much, Mr Finney. I now call Lewis MacDonald to speak on behalf of the Health and Sport Committee. Convener, please.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, and I'm glad of the opportunity to speak in this debate to highlight the Health and Sport Committee's own inquiry into the future of social care, a two-year inquiry interrupted but not derailed by the COVID pandemic. I know all members of the committee would want me to express our collective thanks to all paid and unpaid carers, particularly for all they have delivered under the most difficult of circumstances in the last 12 months. I would like to thank in particular those carers and people receiving care who shared their views and experience with our inquiry. Our report is driven by their views and our inquiry has been guided by their experiences. Crucially, they told us that the voices of carers and care users were not being heard or even listened for. Users and carers were equally clear with us that they did not feel that they were being listened to or valued. Yet throughout our inquiry, we learned that care-experienced individuals and frontline staff had invaluable insights from which decision-makers could learn a great deal. We believe there must be a national conversation about the future of social care and sport in Scotland, with those giving and receiving care, their voices at the heart of that conversation. Everyone involved in developing and delivering social care in Scotland must do so with and alongside those who are most impacted. Users and carers' views should be driving the reform process. That may seem a self-evident thing to say, but we are clear that it has not been happening. We therefore welcome the report of the Independent Review on Adult Social Care and its call to put a human rights-based approach at the centre of the system. We are pleased the review puts people at the centre of policy development and decision-making, and many of its recommendations seem to seek to achieve the same aims as we have done, with a focus on involving people who use services, their families and their carers. We heard throughout our inquiry that the current model of care is crisis-driven, reactive and ultimately unsustainable. The provision of care is only considered after a crisis has struck, generally after a person has been admitted to hospital. A fundamentally different approach to social care is required, a proactive approach with prevention at its core. We must move away from the current crisis-driven system, and a key aim should be to support people to live longer, healthier lives in their own homes. Throughout the last 5 years, the committee has been alert to the benefits of shifting the balance of care from the acute sector to the community. Our budget report of 2019 showed that our preventive approach to providing care was more cost-effective in many cases and at the same time improved the quality of life of users. Looking ahead, better use of technology, increased community and public involvement and improved data collection must be embedded in any changes in the way social care is planned and delivered. Certainly.
Neil Findlay.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, as Chair of the Committee, what evidence they took from stakeholders on the issue of integration and its success or otherwise, because we were told that integration would release huge amounts of money by eradicating delayed discharge, yet we have record delayed discharge. I wonder if you could address that.
Lewis MacDonald.
We certainly took a great deal of evidence on that issue, and we have done not just in this context, but in the context of a number of inquiries over the years. And I think the point that Neil Findlay makes has been reinforced by the evidence we heard, that the opportunities for greater effectiveness and efficiency and for better care through integration have yet to be realised. We need to create a fair and equitable system. To achieve that, local partnerships must be supported to work with communities to deliver creative, innovative solutions and must not be hindered by overcomplicated processes and bureaucracy. There is a strong legislative and policy base underpinning social care, as we have heard, but it is being undermined by poor implementation. Commissioning and procurement came through strongly as areas with overly complex processes, resulting in confusion, in risk aversion, and an over-focus on the system itself, instead of on outcomes, well-being and care planning for individuals. We are therefore pleased that the Independent Review recommends commissioning for the public good and seeks to reframe commissioning and procurement as collaborative, rights-based and participative. Our own recommendations take the same approach, and we're particularly pleased to note the recommendations of the review in relation to unpaid carers, and we too are calling for them to receive increased support and recognition, to be valued for the significant contribution they make. Indeed, we believe the status and value of all carers, paid and unpaid, must be addressed. The lack of value placed on social care staff has been amplified by the pandemic, with social care staff witnessing their NHS colleagues being celebrated and praised, rightly, but in a way that social care staff are not. We are therefore pleased to see recommendations in the review relating to this area. We also believe action must be taken to improve public understanding of social care in Scotland. More must be done to educate and inform the public, to encourage people to have their own conversations about care and support, and to think about the type of care they might need in the future. This will help to move away from a crisis-driven system to more flexible and prevention-focused care. The committee's report does not pretend to answer every significant question, but it is driven by the thoughts, the needs and aspirations of the public. As such, we believe it adds significant value to today's debate. Our recommendations are intended to encourage the change and action that are urgently needed for the future of social care and support in Scotland, and I commend them to Parliament.
Thank you very much, Mr MacDonald. Open debate, 4-minute speeches. Emma Harper to be followed by Jeremy Balfour. Ms Harper, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome the opportunity to speak in this extremely important debate this afternoon, and I thank the organisations who have provided briefings, including SAMH, Marie Curie, Inclusion Scotland, Age Concern and Alliance. This independent review of adult social care is an important step towards the creation of a national care service for Scotland, which can enable us to improve the experiences of everybody who uses social care support, their carers, their families and the workforce, especially in this COVID pandemic world, and especially recognising the lives lost to this virus. The review is comprehensive and has found many aspects of our adult social care system that are worthy of celebration, such as the introduction of self-directed support, the Carers Act and the Scottish Government's commitment in legislation to integrate health and social care. However, it has also found room for improvement, including through ensuring the Scottish Government's commitment to the principles of fair work. They need to be embedded in social care to achieve better terms and conditions and more rewarding roles for our skilled social care workforce. It is important that this extends to unpaid carers, and that unpaid carers have equal rights and recognition for the invaluable work they do. Presiding Officer, the review found that adult social care support in Scotland is one of unrealised potential. There is sometimes a gap between the intent of groundbreaking legislation, such as the introduction of self-directed support, and the lived experience of people who need the support. The report therefore highlights the need to move from old thinking to new thinking about adult social care, and also highlights the need for a more collaborative approach. This could achieve a step change in capability to address the implementation gap, for the voice of lived experience to be amplified in all aspects of proposed redesign. To this end, the report sets out a clear vision for a new system to ensure delivery of consistent, high-quality social care support. Presiding Officer, the report found that human rights, equity and equality must be placed at the very heart of social care and be mainstreamed and embedded. The report found that delivering a rights-based system in practice must be consistent, intentional and evident in the everyday experience of everyone using social care support. John Finney gave good examples of human rights for all, not just for prisoners. And so this includes our unpaid carers and families and people working in the social care support and social work sector. People must be able to access support at the point they feel they need it, including for advice and signposting to local community-based resources and help. And for barriers to this, such as the current eligibility criteria, it needs to be fundamentally reformed and the charging regime to be removed to allow a greater emphasis on prevention and early intervention. People should understand better what their rights are and social care, what their rights are to social care and support. And duty bearers, primarily social workers, should be focused on realising those rights rather than being hampered in the first instance by considerations of eligibility and cost. There are many other recommendations, but these highlight the importance of the person-centred, human rights-based approach for people who rely on our social care system. This is highlighted eloquently in the report by one service user who said, "Start listening to disabled people. We are the solution. We are not the problem." Presiding Officer, this is an important approach, and I would urge the Cabinet Secretary to ensure that all are involved and engaged with future changes so that all voices, from service users to those delivering the services, are heard. We need to ensure that the social care system delivers for everyone across Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Harper. I now call Jeremy Balfour to be followed by George Adam. Mr Balfour, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And I, along with others, welcome a publication of the independent review of adult social care. There have been calls for an independent review by the third sector social care providers for many years. Back in 2019, when I held a round-table event to discuss self-directed support, concerns were raised about gender assumptions, training, development, funding, local authority guidance, the complaints process, and many more issues that appear in review. However, it has been COVID-19 that has really revealed the cracks in adult social care, and the SNP's failure to protect care homes with over 3,000 deaths in the last year has prompted and moved on this review. We know the effect that these decisions have had on many care homes. Residents have been put under pressure. It has put pressure on staff in regard to their mental health and well-being, and we have seen sadly multiple deaths of residents who were also friends and family. The review identifies familiar themes that will resonate with MSPs, I'm sure, across the chamber. The systems of Guddle outlined in the report reflect the experience many constituents and groups have presented to me as a local MSP. The stress and anxiety caused by the need to fight for support and services, the frustration felt by disabled people when we discover there is no personal assistant with an appropriate skill set available in their hometown to help them lead an active, independent life. And if I can return to this issue of self-directed support, too often when people are given the options that are out there, social workers do not tell them that they can employ someone themselves. Not all the options are being given at the moment. Certainly in my personal experience, when I was putting together my care package, there was no mention of that by the social worker when I met with them on several occasions. It was all about the state providing it, about the other people providing it. Now, that may well be appropriate for many people, but if we're truly going to revolutionise our self-care and the care for older people and those with disabilities, they need to be given all options, and funding needs to follow what is best for the individual, not what that social worker thinks is best for them. We have too many people still caught up with bed delays because the package of care has been cancelled, or it's not available, or it's been delayed. For many relatives, the challenges securing appropriate social care for a loved one are just too difficult and overwhelming, requiring them to take on the role of unpaid carer, and sometimes leading to financial insecurity when we can't hold their employment down with their caring responsibilities. And again, as we've heard from Monica Lennon and others, this often falls on women and mothers and others to provide that care. And that's why we need to look at this as an issue that affects particularly women within our society. The Deputy Presiding Officer, in conclusion, we must not kick these improvements into the long grass. We must start moving on this and not wait for yet more discussions. Whether that is in regard to developing people's personal capacity, whether it is looking at how we direct self-directed support in a more positive way, whether that is giving empowering to people within the communities. This is an issue that all of us should be united on. I'm pleased that we have a lot of cross-party support on it, and I hope that whoever forms the next government will get the support of the whole Parliament to take this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Balfour. I call George Adam to be followed by Sandra White. Mr Adam, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I initially take a few seconds to congratulate the convener of the Health and Sport Committee and the clerks for the very pragmatic and practical way they managed to ensure that we debated the work, the report and the work that the Health and Sport Committee made, because I think it's been really helpful for us here today as well. But, Presiding Officer, this is a very important debate for all of us in this chamber. And how we progress from here could become one of the landmark points in the ongoing story of the Scottish Parliament. And it goes without saying that anything we say and do regarding social care is on the back of a very difficult year for everyone. A difficult year for those who have lost a loved one, a difficult year for those that work in a sector that's had to deal with very difficult and challenging circumstances. But there is much within our adult social care system that warrants celebration. We also have a key legislation that's been created to support the sector, examples of which are the introduction of the Self-Directed Support, Carers Act and the Scottish Government's Integrated Health and Social Care Agenda, all of which are the way forward, but we have had challenges along the way to meet the expectation. But nothing worthwhile is easy, because it's all, if it was, we'd all been doing it previously in the past. In September 2020, the Scottish Government announced its programme for government review into social care, the report of which is what we're discussing today. And if there's anything we have learned over the past year, is the need for change within our social care settings, and that there are better ways of working. This is something I've continually pursued with health boards as they have come to committee. Recently, health boards have said that they have found a way to work better with other services over the past year because they've had to do it, and it was important for them to do so. Those who manage our health boards are correct, as during this very difficult year, they have found ways to make what appeared impossible last year happen this year. It tends to be around how they interact with IGBs, because apparently they were working the way they should now. Everyone in Scotland's NHS and care sector are to be congratulated for the work they've done. But every time the board members come to committee and explain what they've achieved this year, I can't help asking, why did it take a worldwide pandemic before we made this all work? I know that crisis can focus people on delivery, but I still find it bizarre that many health boards took so long to understand this. The independent review of adult social care couldn't have been published at a more important time, and it is a substantial piece of work. And its many recommendations shows us a different way forward for how we provide care. The creation of a national care service has been spoken about by many colleagues here today, and how we take this forward, in my opinion, is probably the most important part of this report. What we create from here is the real challenge, and ensure that it remains robust, deliverable, and create the type of national care service we all want. The establishment of human rights and approach to social care and incorporates equality should be without having to say anything further. But better support for the representation of unpaid carers. I'm sure I'm not the only MSP who has had unpaid carers approach them, and we've had to guide them through the process of trying to get the support they need. Now, with this report we have here, we have the roadmap to be able to say that we could find a way to make that better, and it's extremely important. But most importantly, Presiding Officer, we're talking about delivering fair work for the workforce and increased and more effective investment. For far too long, men and women who work in the care sector have been subjected to conditions different from those afforded in our National Health Service, both financially and work-related conditions, and anything that can balance this anomaly is to be welcomed. This will obviously be helped by the proposed shifting from markets and competition to collaboration and commissioning and procurement practices. The report also highlights the need for the move from old thinking to new thinking. Now, Presiding Officer, this to me seems like something that would have been obvious for us all. But as we go forward, today is day one, Presiding Officer. And as this debate goes forward, we need to all work together to ensure that we can create the type of service that we all want, to ensure that we don't have this debate in future years.
Thank you very much. I call Sandra White, to be followed by Richard Leonard. Ms White, please.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I very much welcome the opportunity to speak in this debate, as others have said also. I wanted to begin by being positive, because I think it is a very positive review, and who better to quote from than the chair of the review, Derek Feely, who said, and I quote, "There is much about adult social care support in Scotland that is groundbreaking and worthy of celebration. As had already been mentioned, the introduction of self-directed support, integration of health and social care, and the promise of the Carers Act form the scaffolding on which to build. And really, Presiding Officer, that is exactly what we need to do. Build on the foundation blocks the Scottish Government has so far put in place. And I do thank and welcome the announcements made by the Cabinet Secretary this morning, or not this morning, just earlier on, in regards to improvements and monies that's put forward in regard to carers as well. And I really fully support the recommendations put forward. And I want to thank everyone who's been involved in shaping and feeding into this review. I really am pleased that this review had extensive engagement with service users. As their lived experience, I think we all know, is crucial to informing any future changes to the system. As a member of the Health and Sports Committee, this is a subject we have also been looking at, and we hope that our work in this area will also feed into this review and help shape the future of adult social care across the country. We engage with service users in the committee and those that deliver social care services, and I was struck by their personal experiences. There's so much those of us who don't need to access social care services that we take for granted. Service users have spoken of systematic barriers in accessing services, their choices and control over their lives and their needs not taken into consideration or even taken away completely. For almost a year, we have been firmly focused on this pandemic, and our actions collectively were to protect lives, quite rightly, and our NHS. But it has been a year like no other, with our frontline workers facing incredible challenges, and those dependent on the social care sector, and those working there, either paid or unpaid, also feeling the enormous impact of the pandemic. Evidence that we received in the committee from one service user really should resonate with all of us. They were reflecting on how the pandemic took away much of their control and the choice of how they lived their lives. And they said, and I quote also, "This gives people a small insight what it is like for people with support needs and their carers, because that really is our everyday lives, controlled by rules and regulations about what we can and cannot do." Another service user says, "I don't think the general public realise if you're dependent on this kind of support, how precarious it can be. I don't think they realise we're talking about the most fundamental needs and rights. And to have that taken away from you by somebody who very often doesn't know you or hasn't really taken the time to understand your situation is such a violation." And these are only a couple of examples we in the Health Committee heard from, but they certainly are not lone voices in their experiences. Now, we really must recognise and learn from the effects of the pandemic, but we also need to look beyond it. I think George Adam mentioned that as well, and how we can take those foundations and create a sector that, as one service user said, is not a safety net, but a springboard for those that need support, a system that enables people to reach their potential, provides independence, a rights-based people power approach. A national care service shaped and informed by service users has enormous potential, and I very much hope that this will be delivered by the next session of MSPs. There is much work to be done, but the review sets out really clearly what we need to put in place, where support is needed and how that support should be delivered, ensuring equality and equity. And in conclusion, Presiding Officer, Alex Cole-Hamilton mentioned people should expect a gold standard. Indeed, they should. And in particular, I believe from the elected members, and I would ask Alex Cole-Hamilton to reflect on this. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Ms White. And I now call Richard Leonard to be followed by Ruth Maguire. Mr Leonard, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And let me begin with where we find common ground. If we want a different set of results, we need a different system. That's what Derek Feely writes in his foreword, and I agree. It should be built on the values of human rights, equity and equality. We do need co-production by service users in the design and the delivery of social care. We must demand, at last, a decisive shift in public policy and so public spending towards prevention, which was recommended a decade ago by Campbell Christie. When instead of that, over the last 10 years, we have witnessed cuts to social care services in Scotland of up to 20%, as this SNP central government has decimated the budgets of local government year after year. As the report says, public spending on social care does represent an investment in the Scottish economy. The principle of social care, free at the point of need, should be adopted right across Scotland. And the long-standing, the outstanding question of the undervaluation of the predominantly female workforce must be addressed with renewed urgency and unwavering ambition. But let me turn to the main conclusion of the report, which is that we need to create a national care service. I agree. The government motion today speaks of a national care service in law, on an equal footing with NHS Scotland. And I agree with that as well. But that is not what the review is recommending. In fact, the report goes out of its way. It devotes a whole section to an attack on the case for public ownership. Just look at the home farm care home in Skye, it says. But the home farm care home does not make the case for continued private ownership of social care. It makes the case against it. And we also know, because it's in the report, that 84% of the current annual funding of social care in Scotland comes directly from the public purse, through the public sector. But instead of a national care service publicly funded and so publicly owned, so on an equal footing with the NHS, the Feely Review is recommending that local councils and the tens of thousands of social care workers who they employ are reduced to competing as just another provider in a procurement exercise run by an unelected integration joint board. Is that, I ask the Cabinet Secretary, an equal footing? Now, I accept that the review calls for a new deal with private providers, but it is deafening in its silence on the ethics of the biggest providers of residential care in Scotland being run by private companies whose ultimate ownership is in offshore tax havens. And it is silent on how public ownership keeps all funding in the local economy and all money reinvested in the care service and its workforce. If this Parliament is serious, as I believe we must be, about a national care service being established with the same values as the National Health Service on an equal footing, then it must be created on the basis of public service, not private markets, collaborative or otherwise, on human dignity, not corporate profit, on public interest, not the money interest. And the means through which it's delivered should be local, must be democratically accountable, must be increasingly publicly, not privately owned and run. This matters. This matters because it is about the kind of society that we want to live in. It's about the relations of power within it. The Cabinet Secretary knows that, which is why she must also know that the time is now for bold courage and conviction, that the change that we need to make is not simply for this generation, but for future generations. That demands vision in government, resolve in this Parliament, and above all else, it demands the active consent of the people. That's what we need if we are truly to create a national care service worthy of the name.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leonard. Thank you. I call Ruth McGuire to be followed by Fulton MacGregor. Ruth McGuire.
Presiding Officer, the independent review is an important step towards the creation of a national care service for Scotland. And in creating this service, there must be a laser-like focus on improving the experiences of everybody who uses social care support, their carers, their families and the workforce. There's no doubt that the pandemic, this last difficult year, has both brought sharply into focus existing inequalities and laid bare the fragility in our systems. Policy intention in terms of equality and human rights has not always matched the experience of far too many of our citizens, a point that Age Scotland highlights in their briefing when they say that the review identifies the significant gaps between what should be happening in social care and what happens in reality. I agree with them that ensuring these are addressed as a priority would be a major step forward. Improving adult social care gives us a tremendous opportunity to improve people's lives, to build our economy and to invest in high quality, fair work. The report's recommendations for establishing a human rights and equality approach to social care services and support are rooted in the work to consider incorporation of international treaties into domestic legislation and the recent experiences during the pandemic that exposed structural inequalities and pre-existing inadequacies in the current social care support system. I of course agree that placing human rights, equity and equality at the very heart of social care and mainstreaming and embedding this approach is essential. However, even as I just use those words, I'm acutely aware that it's phrasing that I hear a lot. And if I might be blunt, those words mean nothing unless that's what's delivered in practice. A rights-based system in practice only has value when it's consistent, intentional, and most importantly, evident in the everyday experience of people using social care support. Evident in the experience of unpaid carers, evident in the experience of families, and evident to people working in the social support and social work sector. The report recommends that people must be able to access support at the point they feel they need it, including for advice and signposting to local community-based resources and help, and for barriers to this, such as the current eligibility criteria and charging regime, be fundamentally reformed and removed to allow a greater emphasis on prevention and early intervention. And that people should understand better what their rights are to social care and supports. It highlights the role of duty bearers, primarily social workers. And again, we have to seriously look at what barriers are in their way when it comes to realising the rights of their clients. Social work as a profession take a rights-based, person-centred approach. If considerations of eligibility and cost are hampering workers in that practice, then we must address that. Good provision of care is an investment in our whole country and the mark of a good society. Social care exists to help people equally enjoy their human rights, the rights to live with dignity, independent living, meaningful and active participation in Scottish society, work and education. There have been some fine speeches this afternoon showing that this is understood across the chamber. Social care must have parity with our NHS, be free at the point of delivery, with human rights and fair work truly at its heart. Let's make sure that collectively we take on the challenges and opportunities presented in this report and deliver just that for the people of Scotland. Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Ms MacGregor. And could I call Fulton MacGregor before we move to closing speeches? Fulton MacGregor.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This independent review is an important step towards the creation of a national care service for Scotland. This will ultimately enable us to improve the experiences of everybody who uses social care support, their carers, their families and the workforce. COVID-19 has changed the way we think about many aspects of our lives and has had us thinking about the sort of country that we want to live in. And I'm very pleased that the government has taken this forward, and in time it really could be a positive legacy to come out of this most difficult and tragic period of our history. Presiding Officer, I'm also pleased that the review has found many aspects of our adult social care system that should be commended, and a point raised by George Adam, and it includes the introduction of self-directed support, something that has been particularly useful to many of my constituents. In addition, the Carers Act and the Scottish Government's commitment and legislation to integrate health and social care should also be celebrated. However, it is recognised that there is room for improvement, and the 53 recommendations that have been made will see even more support provided once they are implemented. The recommendations are robust and will allow us to move to a new way of thinking, where collaboration is the key to ensuring that those with lived experience are listened to when we are designing and implementing a social care system that delivers for everyone. By establishing a human rights approach to social care that incorporates equality and gives better support to unpaid carers, we will start to address the gaps that have been identified. We must also deliver fair work for the social care workforce through increased and more effective investment. And haven't our social care staff shown just how much more they deserve recognition and higher pay, working throughout this pandemic, putting themselves and their families often at risk, often in low pay and with little recognition. Every one of them deserves our thanks, praise and our commitment to better their working conditions. I spoke to a care home worker in my constituency recently who had been off work for a period after testing positive for COVID-19. Unfortunately, and to her surprise, she was not eligible for the self-isolation grant, meaning she lost out on pay, and this made her feel really undervalued. I know the self-isolation grant criteria has now been updated and there is an integration and overlap between the various and different parts of the system, but even small things like this can make a big difference to people like that care worker I spoke to. And Presiding Officer, I also want to speak briefly, as others have, about the important role that unpaid carers play. Supporting unpaid carers has been a priority for this SNP government, both before and during the pandemic, which is why we established rights for all carers to support and advice under the Carers Act. The Scottish Government continues to support local implementation of those rights, backed by additional investment, which now stands at £39.5 million per year. And this is particularly important now when many carers are under additional pressure. The actual number of unpaid carers in Scotland could be as high as 800,000 people, and we all know someone who's a carer. We may even be ourselves one, either now or at another time in the future. And I'd like to take this opportunity, Presiding Officer, to mention my gran. Before this debate, I was actually thinking about her this morning. She always loved Pancake Tuesday. I'm not sure why, but she really went out her way each year. And I was telling my own kids about these memories this morning. And in context of this debate, looking back to the late 90s and early 2000s, and I've said in here before that I would have probably been classified as a young carer myself, along with the rest of my family, as we helped to care for her in her latter years. But that's just what we chose to do. We didn't think of ourselves as carers, and that, I think, is the point. There are likely many, many people in this position today, and that's why it's so important that support is made available through the government. Presiding Officer, the heart of this review and our decisions is the opportunity to improve the lives of adults who both receive and give care. There are, of course, added financial benefits to the economy, and this allows us to invest in high-quality, fair work. First and foremost, we must ensure that the people of Scotland can equally enjoy their human rights, including rights to live with dignity, independent living, meaningful and active participation in Scottish society, and opportunities for work and education. And I want to conclude by talking about, like others have, about care homes, because all MSPs of all parties and all positions of government, every one of us, will have been struck by the almost impossible dilemma and heartbreaking situation facing residents over the last year.
Mr Fulton, you're already slightly, Mr MacGregor, sorry, you're slightly over time already. If you can bring your remarks to a conclusion, thank you.
Okay. On the one hand, a horrible virus that disproportionately affects our older generations and those in care homes, and on the other, the most extreme restrictions necessary to prevent the virus impacts on isolation, loneliness, and the dignity of residents. What an impossible choice. And it's so important that the creation of any national care service delivers for care homes and honours the legacy of those residents who sacrificed so much in so many ways during this year. Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I support the government motion.
Thank you very much, Mr MacGregor. And we move to closing speeches. Alex Cole-Hamilton to be followed by Neil Findlay.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. This has been an excellent debate, and some real passion has been shared in some of the remarks, and I will touch on some of that passion as I summate our amendment. This Parliament has attempted reform of the social care ecosystem several times before, and we've heard something of that in the integration of health and social care agenda. I think that a great idea, but poorly executed, not given the resources or accountability that it required. In self-directed support, mentioned both eloquently both by Emma Harper and lastly by Fulton MacGregor. I worked in the social care sector when self-directed support was first introduced, and an example of how the idea was great but the execution was poor could be seen in the local authority that I helped try and anticipate how it was going to build in self-directed support for its community. It had a respite care unit for which served 107 children who required respite support. But it did so and it met every single one of their needs. There was no market for another provider to come and produce a rival service from which parents could then choose how to direct their support. So nothing changed for them with this agenda. I think we need to recognise the importance of putting individuals at the heart of this, but understand the market conditions around which this is built. Donald Cameron, I think, shares my party's concern regarding centralisation, and he rightly pointed us to the briefing provided by CCPS, who pointed to the need for any sort of national care provision to have local variation, flexibility and accountability built right into its core. I don't believe that we can do that with a sort of monolith at the centre controlling things. Monica Lennon pressed me on the £15 an hour and referred to this as a floor, not a ceiling. I have a lot of sympathy for that. And as I said in my reply to her, that 83% of women are affected by this. However, I think John Finney captured our position, our party's position in this, and said that sectoral bargaining is actually more important than a baseline figure. I have a lot of sympathy with the baseline being that £15 an hour, but I think we would go for... I won't take an intervention at this time, thank you, Ms Lennon. I'm sorry I don't have time. It's still a very compelling point. He also made an important point about rebalancing the priorities in our private sector providers away from profit and towards continuity of care and the importance of giving dignity in old age. And he recognised the difficulties of rurality that I referred to in my opening speech around 25-minute journeys for a 15-minute visit, which is again stripping relationships out of care. Lewis MacDonald pointed to the social care inquiry. It should remind us that deliberation in this place on reform of social care is almost perennial. And Jeremy Balfour, I thought in an excellent speech, talked about the cracks of adult social care, which span the problems in care homes, publicly funded care homes in my community, which are now rectified to the COVID disaster we have seen in our care homes. George Adam talked about and I think it was a direct quote when I say the national care service we all want. Well, I think if this debate does anything, presiding officer, it was helpfully shown that there are at least 4 different views as to what a national care service might look like. And I think we see that in the measure of the amendments that we debate tonight. Richard Leonard, I have to say, made a barnstorming speech, and I recognise his qualities as a speaker and his loss as a speaker as leader of the Labour Party. But whilst I agreed with a lot of what he said, I don't think he recognised that whilst private homes certainly fail, so do the public homes. There isn't a guarantee of quality if there's public provision. I'm not saying that's wrong, but I just think it's important to recognise the reality of the situation. He also talked as if the NHS was entirely free from privatisation, where it is not. There is a significant element to private provision within the NHS as well. Ruth McQuire talked about unshackling social work, and that's important too. I'll finish with this, presiding officer. We need to build a cathedral of trust in social care, and that's built around the individual, but it's recognising the shortcomings of the system we have right now, and the importance that is not going to, the importance of our view, that is not going to be resolved from the centre, that actually local accountability, flexibility and autonomy is at the very heart of that vision that we would all seek to aspire to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I call Neil Findlay to be followed by Brian Whittle.
Presiding officer, can I declare an interest as a member of United Union, and my mum is a resident in a care home. And I've probably spoken about social care more than any other issue in my time in 10 years in Parliament. You could fill this chamber with the reports that have been written on social care over those years. The system we know is broken. It was broken before COVID, but the crisis has exposed it like never before. Everyone accepts there must be change, and that the good work that's going on in social care is despite the system, not because of the system. And nowhere is that more evidence than in the workforce. And currently the sector, as we've heard across the piece, is riven with low pay, poor conditions, and in some cases outright profiteering. Look at HC1. It has over 300 care homes in the UK, more than 50 in Scotland. In 2019, that company, registered in the Cayman Islands, let's not forget, paid £48 million in dividends in 1 year to its shareholders, paid 0 corporation tax, none, and has posted a loss every single year it's been in operation. And today, it advertises care assistant jobs. I checked this morning at £9.30 an hour, a laundry assistant at £8.72. HC1, who owned the Skye Care Home, who currently own the Red Mill Care Home, and many others that have been at the centre of scandalous neglect at times and multiple deaths during the pandemic. And the Feely report says nothing on getting rid of HC1 from the sector. And it mentions some good stuff on fair work, absolutely. I don't know how many times I've tried to amend legislation in here to give social care staff fair work and decent conditions. I've done it several times, attempted it with amendments. all of them rejected by ministers, all of them voted down by George Adam and Sandra White and all the other backbenchers who spoke in the debate. Now they're falling over themselves to give care workers good terms and conditions. What happened when we could have done it in the past? It's 2 years since the Fair Work Convention report into social care recommended establishing collective bargaining. 2 years, so why has it not happened? Why has it not happened by now? We're going to vaccinate the entire population, hopefully in 6 months, but we can't set up collective bargaining in 2 years. Why? So on workforce issues, we're taking a big step in the right direction, and the recommendations are welcome and need to be implemented now. But one of the great frustrations of the report is the lack of genuine analysis of the last 14 years of cuts after cuts after cuts to social care. The lack of analysis of whether integration has been a success or failure. The report also fails to look at delayed discharge prior to COVID and the magical eradication of it in April and May. And where is the condemnation of policy decisions that contributed to the current human rights catastrophe going on in our care homes? The PPE issue, the failure to test, the DNR issue, the denial of hospital treatment, silence on these fundamental issues which are at the heart of the human rights agenda. So while Feely is good in parts, what it certainly does not recommend is the creation of a national care service on par with the NHS. Because like so many government initiatives, the rhetoric isn't met with reality. We know we've had 14 years of cuts. We know we've got an over-reliance in the private sector. We know in many care homes standards are not good enough. We have a paying conditions and recruitment crisis. And yet the report says that the problem lies with councils, the very councils who've been stripped of the cash to deliver the service in the first place, and the answer is to remove their local role, centralise decision-making and pass it back to ministers and senior civil servants who know best. I don't think so. I reject that approach. But the greatest central weakness of the report is the refusal to do anything at all about removing the profit motive from the care system. Feely proposes reforms of commissioning, identifies delayed discharge as once again the magic elixir that will release millions of pounds into the system, driving up care. The reality is, we all know what the magic elixir is. It's pounds, shillings and pence. Because that's what eradicated delayed discharge in April and May last year, when all those elderly people got fired out of hospital, untested into care homes almost overnight, because money was made available that wasn't there before. Cabinet Secretary, I reject Mr Feely's faith in what he calls an actively managed market. I believe it is complete hokum. When the Minister was a socialist, she probably believed that too. The report rejects nationalising the sector, meaning the likes of HC1 will continue to extract their 10% profit every year. Why are we not looking at buying back care homes and in the long run saving money for the system to put back into care? Presiding Officer, we have to now be at the start of a campaign for a genuine national care service. That's the goal that we have, with decent care for our older people, dignity for everyone who needs social care. That's what I'll be campaigning on.
Brian Whittle, followed by Cabinet Secretary Jeane Freeman.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm very pleased to be closing this hugely important debate on behalf of the Scottish Conservatives. And like others in this debate, I would like to place on record my party's thanks to Derek Feely, to the panel and all those involved in what is a very comprehensive report. And in general, it has been quite a consensual debate, because I think we all are trying to work for the very same outcome. As my colleague Donald Cameron reminded us in his contribution, this report is delivered against a backdrop of a COVID-19 pandemic, which to date has claimed 3,146 care home residents' lives. Over a third of COVID deaths in Scotland. Furthermore, it cannot be overlooked that patients were sent to care homes early in the pandemic, despite being COVID-19 positive, and that over 3,000 patients were discharged into care homes without being tested between the 1st of March and the 30th of May in 2020. This is why our amendment repeats our call for a public inquiry into this scandal, which, Presiding Officer, has already been agreed by the Parliament votes twice. There are relatives and friends who will need answers. As for the report, I do think the way in which the issues pertaining to the adult social care have been framed captures much of the challenges that social care faces. And I want to mention here my colleague, committee colleague George Adam, and his contribution and his continued questioning of IGBs and health boards. I mean, he has asked why it took a global pandemic to make the change, why it took a global pandemic to start the different IGBs and NHSs collaborating with each other. And he has a point. But change we have, and we need to make sure that we maintain that rate of change. Donald Cameron also highlighted that the RCN stated that the current way the adult social care operates is not fit for purpose and needs a radical overhaul, and that change is needed. There is much in the aims and objectives of the report that we would agree with. Removing needless bureaucratic processes in addressing our social care. We can't have families describing it, as they did in the report, as notoriously difficult and overcomplicated. Applying national standards to drive up quality care across Scotland is obviously a good aim, as is delivering better working conditions nationally, including improving training and career opportunities for carers. It speaks to recruitment and retention of staff, as well as delivering a healthy workplace environment for all staff. As the convener, Lewis MacDonald, has said, the Health and Sport Committee considered the report and responses required as well. And part of our report said that health and social care partnerships will be required to deliver a prevention-focused strategy. To prevent crisis situations, there has to be a focus on a neighbourhood approach to the planning of health and social care services. And that better collaboration and relationship building across sectors and policy is required. Locality planning must be required and measured against the success in shifting this, achieving this shift. But one of the committee's key recommendations was the need to develop a strategy for a widespread use of technology to improve delivery of social care support. I have long called for a significant investment in the communication and collaboration technology that can follow the patient as they transition between social care, primary care and secondary care. Future policy must be driven by collection and analysis of quality data. This allows us for the setting of measurements of success, for monitoring against those measurements and evaluating outcomes. Indeed, Audit Scotland's briefing Planning for Outcomes asked that public bodies should be supported on measured outcomes. However, the committee found it difficult to follow the money, and that needs to change. I think the role of the third sector was investigated by the Health and Sport Committee as well, and we recommended that the advocacy role of the third sector must be strengthened, because one of the key takes for me from the report is the wider view of what adult social care actually should include, and the integration of statutory services and third sector has to improve. And I think I said earlier in my contribution, the report frames adult social care issues very well. However, it will be in the delivery of solutions that we will determine levels of success. In that regard, we are yet to hear how the Scottish Government will implement any of the recommendations. The Scottish Government must avoid continuing centralisation of statutory services, which are much better delivered as close to the point of need as possible. That will require fair funding for councils, as called for from these benches. I think the outcomes must be controlled around the needs of the individual and allow for variation, flexibility and accountability as suggested by the Coalition of Care and Support Providers in Scotland. There is no one-size-fits-all, as Samit suggests. Social care providers need to be included in the design of the social care services. As Jeremy Balfour said in his speech, COVID-19 has put incredible pressure on our social care and NHS system, and under that pressure, weaknesses have been exposed. Those healthcare workers and carers delivering within the system have been nothing short of remarkable. And I think I agree with Neil Findlay that there's fantastic work being done despite the system. But that cannot be stated too many times. However, the systems themselves have been problematic. The communication between the NHS, I think especially secondary care and social care, has been highlighted as falling short too often. So the Scottish Government should not try and hide from this. I think we need to accept this and look at how the system can be made more robust and deliver solutions accessible to those in need. This is the start of a national conversation around adult social care, about the future of adult social care in Scotland and how a more prevention-focused approach to adult social care needs to be delivered, as the convener highlighted. So in conclusion, if I could, Presiding Officer, adult social care needs a complete overhaul. COVID has laid bare the need for a national discussion on how it will be funded, organised and delivered, and I look forward to hearing from the Scottish Government how that national care service would look like in their eyes. Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. And can I call on Cabinet Secretary Jeane Freeman to conclude our debate?
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And can I start by thanking members for their contribution to the debates this afternoon. I think whilst there are undoubtedly disagreements and we shall be supporting none of the amendments to our motion, there are clear areas of agreement, and I think that bodes exceptionally well for the work of a future Scottish Parliament, the next Scottish Parliament, which will have to get into much more of the detail than we will be able to do in the weeks that remain to us. And I think it is really important to be clear at the outset that the Feely report is itself very clear, that there is a great deal to build on in the existing provision of social care by many of those who provide it, in the legislation that exists, that has the right intent and the right legislative underpinning. But what is also clear is that that is not enough and it is not consistent enough. And I think Jeremy Balfour put it particularly well from his own personal experience to describe what it is like to be told what you're going to get as opposed to asked what it is that you need. And we see that across the country, where the consistency of quality delivery is not good enough. That is what we have heard as MSPs, I've heard as a Cabinet Secretary in this role and previously as a Minister. That's what the Feely report heard. And it takes us to a central dilemma, which is how do you ensure national standards that are delivered, national consistency where you don't get one level of social care support in one part of the country, but a different level of social care support in another part of the country. How do you do that, creating a national care service, but that you also manage to retain local knowledge, local expertise and local input? What is really noticeable is that that removal of variation is specifically argued for in the report, and it is MND, Marie Curie, Inclusion Scotland, WCPS, the Alliance, all supporting the creation of a national care service for the standards that it can bring, for the ethical commissioning it can put in place, for the fair work principles that it can embed, and for the removal of variation. So we need to find a way to work our way through what shouldn't be an either-or, black-white, and certainly not, in my mind, needs to be the monolith that Mr Cole-Hamilton fears. How do we create that national care service that still retains that level of local input and, most importantly, has at its heart those who use the service and are part and parcel of making decisions about its delivery? Much of this is for the next Parliament and the next Scottish Government. But as I hope I've set out today, I'm not waiting for that, but moving now to provide the additional resource that I set out today and is in the budget, the active work with Andy Kerr that has a very clear timeline on it, and the Fair Work Group that he leads, to begin to flesh out and put in place early on in the next Scottish Parliament the opportunities for collective bargaining, for improved terms and conditions, for what it actually means to have ethical commissioning, and to use the National Care Home contract now to make some important changes, not least bringing trade unions for the first time ever to the table, and to working with COSLA to see how far we can go to address their concerns and set out significant areas that we do agree on between national and local government, and to put in place, this bit is critically important and very close to my heart, put in place the steps necessary to really put users and their voice at the heart of policy and delivery. We've done it before. We do it elsewhere in government. We have, I have to say, and I have of course a vested interest, we did it very successfully and it continues in social security. There is no reason why we cannot do it again in this most critical areas. The next Scottish Parliament election looms, and it will of course be for all parties to set out their own plans in this area. But I am clear, and this government is clear, that in May we will ask the people of Scotland to back the creation of a national care service that is intentional in its human rights, in its delivery of dignity and fairness, that is person-centred at its heart, and that comes with a significant additional financial investment. Those are political choices that every party has to decide how they want to make them. This government is clear that if it is the future government, it is making those political choices, making that investment, ensuring that variation is removed, and significantly putting those who use the services and who will use the services in the future at the heart of the design and the delivery and the regulation and the control of those services. It is, at the end of the day, an investment that we will make in ourselves, in each other and in our country's future. I move the amendment, Presiding Officer, as I've said, in my name.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. And that concludes our debate on an independent review of adult social care. We're moving straight on to decision time. And the first question this evening, I would remind members that if the amendment in the name, before the first question, if the amendment in the name of Donald Cameron is agreed, then the amendment in the name of Monica Lennon will fall. So the first question is that Amendment 24134.4 in the name of Donald Cameron, which seeks to amend motion 24134 in the name of Jeane Freeman on independent review of adult social care be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We're going to move to a division and we're going to suspend parliamentary proceedings for a few moments to allow members to access the voting app. Parliament is suspended for a few moments. Thank you, colleagues. We are now back in session. So we're going to move to the vote. Just to remind members, the question is that Amendment 24134.4 in the name of Donald Cameron, which seeks to amend motion 24134 in the name of Jeane Freeman on independent review of adult social care be agreed. This is a 1-minute division. Members may cast their votes now. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you have had any difficulties in voting. Point of order, Fergus Ewing. Thank you. Mr Ewing would have voted no. I'll make sure that is added to the voting register. Thanks, Mr Ewing. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 24134.4 in the name of Donald Cameron is yes 28, no 95. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. The next question is the amendment 24134.3 in the name of Monica Lennon, which seeks to amend the motion in the name of Jeane Freeman. Be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote. This is a 1-minute division on the amendment in the name of Monica Lennon. That vote is now closed. Again, just let me know if you had any difficulties in exercising your vote. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 24134.3 in the name of Monica Lennon is yes 30, no 95. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. So the next question is the amendment 24134.2 in the name of Alex Cole-Hamilton, which seeks to amend the motion in the name of Jeane Freeman. Be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote. Members may cast their votes now. Again, a 1-minute decision. Please let me know if you have any difficulty in voting. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you are not able to vote. Thank you. The result of that vote on amendment number 24134.2 in the name of Alex Cole-Hamilton is yes 8, no 117. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. And our final question is that motion 24134 in the name of Jeane Freeman on independent review of adult social care be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We're not agreed. We'll move to a vote. Members may cast their votes now. A 1-minute division. That vote is now closed. The result of the vote on motion 24134 in the name of Jeane Freeman is yes 68, no 57. There were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed. And that concludes decision time. I just remind members to wear their masks, observe social distancing and follow the one-way systems when leaving the chamber. I close this meeting. Thank you.
The Catalans, the Basques, the Galicians in the Basque.
An independent future for Scotland.
How quickly do you think a referendum can be arranged?
Best practice demands that it should be 6 months.
Just looking at the overall share numbers for Scotland at the moment, the SNP 46.4%.